The lobby of Mercy Heights Medical Center looked like a cathedral that believed in glass. Dawn came in like a blade, slicing the space into pale gold and shadow as the revolving doors sighed and kept count of who deserved to enter. The floor was so polished, it held a second world upside-down people moving briskly, miniature trees, the elevator panel blinking its patient code. When Aria Bennett stepped off the sidewalk and into the cool, lemon-clean air, her breath left a brief fog on the glass before vanishing. She was 21, too young to wear steadiness like a uniform. And yet there it was, composure folded with her neatly pressed scrubs, hair coiled into a tidy bun that looked impossible to shake loose, a brass pocket watch older than the building, and far meaner about truth, rested behind the V of her scrub top. It had been her grandmother's, a nurse who'd marched for fair staffing, when the city still wore a different skyline. When Aria tapped it with 2 fingers, it answered with a soft tick-tick she could feel against her sternum. She crossed the lobby, past a donor wall, glittering with names like minor royalty, past a flower stand, where lilies sent out a sweet, damp warning. A custodian guided a quiet Zamboni of a floor polisher along the marble, leaving wet half-moons that evaporated into shine. Somewhere above, a helicopter chopped the morning, the sound filtered down to a distant, metallic heartbeat. The elevator doors opened on Cardiology 8, and the noise recalibrated monitor beeps, close to a metronome but not quite. The whisper of gloves snapped on, wheels over tile that hadn't slept, coffee cooked in little black machines aggressively pretending to be Italian. The air had that particular hospital scent, antiseptic braided with something human and tired. A hall camera's tiny red diode watched. Indifferent. "Bennett," Janet O'Rourke called from the nurse's station without looking up. Her voice had the sanded edge of someone who'd sat through too many night shifts. "Morning." "Morning," Aria said, placing her bag in her locker and claiming a tablet. What jumped after 3? Patterson in 802 flirted with irregular beats, back to baseline. Amiodarone's on hand if she decides to elope again. Janet slid a clipboard across, eyes finally flicking up, her pupils sharpened on Aria's steady face, the way people do when they recognize something and aren't sure whether to like it. Aria's fingertips moved fast and precise on the tablet, one swipe, then another. Patterson's still on digoxin, she murmured, more to the screen than to anyone. What were her lab's last pull? Routine. Janet turned the monitor to show her no flags. Routine isn't always sufficient. Aria said, gentle. Digoxin rides the Na-K- pump. If K- trends low, you get potentiation arrhythmias, nausea. A bad day. Janet's mouth made the shape of a skeptical grin. You just say bad day to an AFib. Aria glanced up, a small smile, trying to be polite to the morning. Good luck, Janet said, but she keyed a note to redraw electrolytes and watched Aria head toward 802 with a curiosity that had a heavier gravity than suspicion. Room 802 had a window with a rigorously optimistic view of a brick facade and a sliver of sky. Mrs. Patterson, late 60s, brisk cheeks flushed from the night, lay propped on pillows that tried and failed to be cloud-like. A sun hovered, fingers worrying a hospital pamphlet into a soft weapon. Good morning, Mrs. Patterson, Aria said, voice modulated to a calm that could lift a heart rate or lower it, depending on what you needed. I'm Aria. I'll be with you most of today. You're the one who doesn't rush, Mrs. Patterson said, as if this were the only measure that mattered. I try to arrive before the panic, Aria said, and checked vitals with a fluency that made it look like the equipment came with the room's light. The heart monitor stuttered, then returned to a cautious rhythm. The son watched Arya's hands, the way some people watch a coin trick trying to parse the mechanism. Is everything, he asked, not finishing, as if finishing would make it real. We're going to draw labs again. Arya said, sometimes the numbers we need drift between the times we look. It's nothing to worry about until it's something to act on. She drew blood with a gentleness that looked like a magic trick and felt like one. Mrs. Patterson exhaled. The son loosened his white-knuckled grip on the pamphlet. Arya labeled the tube, scanned them, and passed them through the slot that swallowed samples like a hungry mouth. Outside, the corridor light ran long and hard. A woman in a navy skirt suit and a lanyard that announced Patricia Sloan, Director of Nursing, moved past with purpose that clung to her like scent. Behind the glass of his office, Dr. Marcus Hale, Interim Chief of Cardiology, watched the floor like a general looking over a map. His office was glass by design. He believed transparency was a kind of proof. Hale was a man built out of angles and posture, early gray at the temples that money couldn't buy but would happily claim credit for, and a way of pressing his lips together that suggested he was always tasting the air for disrespect. On his desk, the certificates framed his head like a planned halo. In the background of his office reflection, you could make out a photograph of a wing with his name on it in small letters and a donor's name on it in large ones. The donors liked results. So did Hale. He liked certain kinds of results most. He watched Arya as she moved in and out of room, radiating a calm that refused to collapse into apology. He watched the way Dr. Ling Tran, attending cardiologist, hair in a low ponytail, banter clipped short like a lesson, listened when Arya spoke. Hale tapped a capped pen against his desk until the rhythm began to mimic the monitors outside. He stopped, irritated at himself. Bennett, he said into the intercom. My office. Now. The words traveled like a ripple across a lake, the way heads lifted, then ducked, the way conversation thinned into the shh of professional attention. Arya handed her tablet to Janet. I'll be back, she said lightly, the way people say when they aren't sure, because language can be a bridge you build while you're walking. Janet's hand brushed Arya's forearm, an accidental blessing. Keep your sentences short, she said. He likes his respect pre-chewed. Arya knocked once and entered. The office had that expensive, staged quiet like a hotel room, trying to convince you it had never held a fight. Morning light made a geometry of the glass, bisecting Hale's face into gold and winter. Sit, he said, not looking up from a file. It took him a full 30 seconds before he did. Timing, Arya knew from pharmacology and family, was a tool like any other. She sat, posture composed, hands placed with surgical neatness on her knees. Under the scrub top, the watch pressed against her bone tick. Tick! We're going to have a conversation about scope, Hale said, eyes a pale, almost diluted blue. Your note on Mrs. Patterson implies you advised a change in medication based on your interpretation of labs. I flagged a risk, Arya said. The words were simple, like a stone you could put in your pocket. I suggested potassium could be contributing to the arrhythmia on digoxin. I escalated to Dr. Tran. His lips did the thin line again. You suggested. You escalated. You've been here what? 6 months. You do not advise. You do not interpret. You document. You follow orders. Patient safety is everyone's responsibility, Arya said, and saw him almost physically recoil from the sentence. She wondered if the words looked like a challenge or a mirror. Safety is the product of a chain of command, Hale said. He measured his phrases as if donors were grading them. A chain. Chains work when links hold. You are not a special link. Ms. Bennett. Nurse Bennett. She corrected softly, and I understand chains. I also understand electricity. When it grounds, it doesn't ask permission. He did not smile. Listen carefully, because I don't repeat myself when I've been clear the first time. You are to complete medication reconciliation form, administer as ordered, and keep families informed within the boundaries of approved scripts. You are not to educate physicians. You are not to insinuate that you see something others miss. You are to be a reliable, quiet part of the machine that saves lives. By working the way it was designed, Arya met his gaze evenly. He was used to flinches. He was used to contrition, restoring the furniture of the room. She gave him neither. Mrs. Patterson trusts me, she said. So does her son. When they ask, I answer. When I see risk, I escalate. When I escalate, I document. This is the design. The design, he said, is that you do not make me fix your messes when you spook families with graduate-level pharmacology. I said bad day, Arya said, almost apologetics. A hint of dry. It took narrative force to make Janet smile. It took something else to irritate Hale with a factual joke. He steepled his finger, a cathedral of control. This tone, I don't want it on my floor. What tone? Arya asked, honestly puzzled. The tone that signals you believe you're owed debate. Hale leaned forward, elbows, setting small white half-moons on the mahogany. I have physicians who are more careful with their language in this office than a 21-year-old nurse with a bright resume. Then maybe they should practice more on the floor. Arya said before she could stop herself, no heat in it, just a physics of fairness. She felt under it, the watch tick louder, or maybe that was her heart making jokes with metal. Hale inhaled, a long, disciplined draw, like he was going to say a thing he'd been saving. I will be watching you, he said. If you choose to test limits, you will find the limits are not suggestions. Are we clear? We are clear, Arya said. Good, he said, meaning not good at all. You may go. Outside, the hallway fluorescence spoiled people into sallow. The camera's red diode blinked. Arya stood still for a count of 3, then 4. She was not brave. She was practicing. It felt the same from the outside. Janet was at the station, organizing the day's chaos into a to-do list that could drown a person if you looked at it wrong. He breathed fire, she asked, not looking up. Smoke, Arya said. He's saving the flames for later. Janet's mouth did the almost grin again, then ducked back to it. Labs, she asked, as if needing a fact to ground the room. Scent, Arya said. Also Mr. Chen in 807, his dosing on amiodarone looks aggressive given yesterday's creatinine. Might be fine, might not like it later. We should trend. Janet wrote trend, the way you write a prayer on a slip of paper and tuck it into a wall. A phlebotomist handed Arya the lab print on Patterson, still warm from the machine. Potassium low, magnesium low. Not a cliff, not yet. But the slope had a mean curve. She brought it to Dr. Lin Tran in the hallway between somebody's future and somebody's fear. Lin read it in half a second. Her eyes did the narrow thing that wasn't suspicion so much as geometry. You have the IV potassium ready, she asked. It's Queed, Arya said. Good. Lin said, we'll titrate. Dr. Hale told me to avoid, quote, graduate-level pharmacology, Arya said. Lin's mouth turned at one corner, a micro-expression like a flicker of pilot light. I've met his kind of graduate school, she said. They award degrees in optics. Is there a class on that? Arya asked. Crushing dissent, 100 setu. Lin said dryly, we withdrew accreditation. They moved Arya as the hands, Lin as the authority that made hands legal. The IV hissed a little when the drip found its speed. Mrs. Patterson's heart wrote a tentative stanza on the monitor. The lines held. On her way back to the station, Aria passed Rosa Delgado from IT, a woman with stickers on her laptop. "No, I will not fix your Wi-Fi." And a way of walking like she was always 3 steps ahead of the next problem. Rosa nodded. "Watch yourself," she said, conspiratorial and bored at once. "He's been pulling after-hours report edits. That's not a rumor. That's my log." Aria tilted her heel. Automated. Rosa's eyebrows wrote an entire satire on automation. "Sure. And I'm a vending machine." "Who's he editing?" Aria asked, too casually. "Who isn't?" Rosa said. "Just document clean. The system remembers better than people do." She tapped the laptop, then paused, studying Aria's face. "You're new enough to still think truth wins alone. It doesn't. Truth wins when you back it up." Aria tapped the watch through her scrub. "I have a backup," she said, half to Rosa, half to the old metal that kept time like it was a duty. Near noon, the day bent. A transport team rattled past with a stretcher and a story. A volunteer with a therapy dog made a hallway laugh. The sound bright as a light switched on. Patricia Sloane came through and softened her voice for an elderly man who could no longer remember where he had intended to go. Power was a texture here. Sometimes it soothed, sometimes it bruised. At 1204, Aria entered 2 lines into the EHR concise. Clear. Without adjective. K-mize trended low. Maji the pingfang mize low. Escalated to attending. Rate adjusted per protocol. Patient tolerating. She signed with a steady initial and a last name that didn't carry social leverage. She did not add the part about Hale's office or the thin zen of not flinching. The system doesn't care about your valor. It cares about your verbs. She paused, the cursor blinking like a heartbeat that had questions, and opened a confidential report form she'd never used before. Potential protocol variants. Pressure affecting clinical decisions. She typed, "Pattern observed regarding language edits in notes post-shift. Concern for optics over patient-centered documentation." She did not write Hale's name. She did not need to yet. She signed it A. Whitman, her mother's maiden name, and hit send. The watch ticked, indifferent and faithful. On the way to 807, she passed Hale's glass office again. He looked up, met her gaze long enough to make a point, and then looked past her, as if the rest of the floor were more interesting. It was a small theater, the staged kind leaders mount when they want you to feel like a seat you've paid for is suddenly not your row. "Bennett," he said to the air, as if she were the air, "make sure MedRecon is complete before rounds. Donor tour at 1600. I don't want surprises." "Me neither," Aria said. The afternoon widened like a mouth. When she found a minute no one else seemed to want, she stepped into the stairwell. It smelled like dust and a promise to be forgotten. She leaned her head against cool painted concrete and took 3 slow breaths, in and out on 4s, thing the way you do when you need to bring your nervous system into the discussion. Her phone buzzed. A text from Dad. "How's your day?" No signature. He never used one. He didn't believe in wasting characters. Crisp. She typed, "How's yours?" Sutures. Small talk. Politics. Repeat. A beat. Then eat. Don't make me text your stomach. She smiled despite the stairwell's gray. She considered telling him about Hale and decided not yet. He hadn't given her the job. He'd given her a childhood where the language of medicine was spoken at the dinner table, where the first time she saw a heart outside a chest, she was 8, and thought it looked both braver and more afraid than anything on earth. Back on the floor, the afternoon tightened around a set of small emergencies. A misplaced consent, a terrified granddaughter, a printer that decided it was art. Arya handled them with that quiet trick she did, where people thought she had nothing else to do but solve the one thing in front of them. The trick, of course, was that this was true for the length of the moment. She made it true. At 1553, with the donor tour imminent and Hale's desire for theater peaking, Mr. Chen's monitor coughed a warning. An irregular rhythm, not catastrophic, but pointed. Arya felt her body move before the sound ended. She checked the dosing, the creatinine, the last push times numbers arranging themselves into a sentence that didn't like its last verb. Page Dr. Tran, she told Janet, who was already doing it. The pocket watch pressed into her sternum like a reminder that time rarely forgives a bad choice. Bennett, Hale barked from 3 doors down, surgically aware of optics if not of nuance. We're moving the tour by 8 minutes. Make the floor look like it never bleeds. Arya didn't answer. She was in 807, speaking to Mr. Chen the way you speak to someone halfway between a dream and a decision. You're doing fine, she told him, because we're adjusting a knob you can't see. The donor tour rolled past like quiet royalty, eyes politely avoiding anything too real. Hale walked in front, narrative practice to an elegant glaze. We're proud of our outcomes, he said, among the best in the region. His hands cut the air in benign arcs. The tour moved on. Dr. Tran arrived. The rhythm behaved. The building exhaled. At 1632, when the corridor had that emptied-out feel of a stage between acts, Arya returned to the station, signed 3 more notes, and tucked the tablet away. She pressed the pocket watch through her scrub top once, 2, 3 times, as if confirming it was still part of her rib cage. Janet slid a paper cup of coffee toward her. It smelled like hot cardboard and intention. You make him nervous, she said. No question mark. I make him practice, Arya said, sipping. That's different, Janet chuckled. Then Zobered. Practice can feel like an insult to some men, she said, especially the kind who don't get told no by anything but data. Good thing I speak data, Arya said. Good thing you document, Janet countered. Write clean. Keep your verbs. Arya nodded and looked down the hallway. At the far end, Hale stood with Patricia Sloane, heads close, voice low. Sloane, whose posture was always professional, had a tiny fracture in her stance today, a knee unlocked, a shoulder not quite square. Arya wondered what it cost to be gray in a world that demanded black and white answers. For the sake of a headline, the watch ticked, the camera blinked. Somewhere, an elevator dinged and disgorged a new set of problems disguised as people who needed help. Arya set the coffee down, smoothed the front of her scrubs, and stepped back into the flow that had existed long before any of them earned titles for the work of keeping hearts persuaded to continue. If the day had a thesis, it was simple systems, remember. People don't always. The trick was to build a day that remembered what mattered when the night came to edit. At 1807, with the sun lowering, painting the glass with bruised peaches and copper, Arya walked past Hale's office one last time. He was typing, the glow of the monitor cutting his face into teams. For a second his eyes lifted, caught hers, and held. Nothing moved in his expression. But Arya, who had grown up reading surgeons' pre-op faces, saw the calculation, the kind that looks less like numbers and more like hunger. She tapped the pocket watch once and, without breaking eye contact, turned and headed toward her next room. The tick-tick kept time with the floor's machines, a discreet percussion line beneath the day's melody, steady in a building that often mistook quiet for peace. Night treats hospitals like open secrets. At 0247 a.m., Mercy Heights, hummed on a lower frequency lights, dipped to a bureaucratic dusk, floors whispering under shoes that learned not to announce themselves. The vending machines along the 8th floor corridor blinked like patient spacecraft waiting for orders. Somewhere, a TV cycled through an infomercial for knives that could cut a shoe. Aria Bennett stood in the medication room, steam rising from a paper cup of tea she would not finish. The label printer chattered, spitting out names and dosages like it had a grudge against vowels. The pocket watch beneath her scrub top ticked with old-world stubbornness, an anchor in the drift of fluorescent time. Janet's voice came through the intercom, breath hitching around the words, "Code Blue Room 714. The tea hit the counter. Aria was already moving. The corridor lengthened, then snapped shorter as adrenaline turned distance into math. The air changed. Panic gives off a scent, metallic and sweet, like a penny held on the tongue. A respiratory therapist skidded in from the opposite direction. Dr. Lin Tran rounded the corner, hair loose from its ponytail, eyes already composing orders. 714 was Robert Vega, 45, a construction foreman with forearms like braided rope and a heart that had decided to declare a grievance. He lay stone still, color draining, monitor writing its jagged protest. The room filled with the clean violence of resuscitation pads slapped on skin, gel cold under the hands. The slap bang of the crash cart drawers. Aria, compressions. Lynn snapped. Aria's palms went to sternum, heel stacked on heel, elbows locked. The world narrowed to depth and rate. 30 compressions. 2 breaths. The monitor sulked, then blipped, offended. Epi ready. The pharmacist called, voice a metronome, charging to 200. The resident said, too loudly, which meant he was afraid. Clear. Lynn barked. The shock cracked the air, lit the room in a brief blue-white that made everyone look like ghosts, startled to discover they were alive. Again, Lynn said. Aria's muscles burned in that clean, useful way. She counted under her breath. Not numbers, but words. Hold steady. Hold steady. The watch ticked against her ribs like a second heartbeat, willing the first to return. Sinus tatch. The monitor finally conceded, grudging as a bad loser. A ripple went through the room, relief disguised as procedure. The bag valve hissed. Anursehunkfluids. The resident tried to look like he had expected this all along. Labs now, Lynn said, eyes flicking over Vega's chart on the wall computer. Check K-mize. MG the Pingfangmai. ABG. Troponin. The works. He's on a myodarone from yesterday's arrhythmia. What's his creatinine? Aria's gloved finger slid the trackpad. 1.8. She read. Up from 1.3. Lower clearance. Lynn muttered, we'll back the dose. Replete electrolytes. He's lucky he fell apart in a room with people awake. A slow clap, dry and soft, came from the doorway. Dr. Marcus Hale stepped in. Coat unbuttoned. Tie loosened in a way that was supposed to look accidental. He smelled faintly of cologne and meetings. If we're done with the fireworks, he said, can we remember we have sleeping patients? His smile was almost friendly, except for the eyes. Lynn didn't bother to turn. We're remembering Mr. Vega first, she said. He stopped being compatible with sleep. Hale's gaze found Aria, held, and then slid sideways like a blade. Ms. Bennett, he said, we've discussed tone on this floor. Aria still had her hands on Vega, feeling the thready return of life under the machine's rhythm. My tone has oxygen, she said, not looking up. We can share. Janet coughed, something that might have been a laugh if it wasn't night. Hale looked past the patient, past the blood pressure cuff still squeezing out a verdict, past everything that didn't fit on a donation plaque. Document, he said, low, to no one, and everyone. And keep the narrative tight. He left. The door sighed after him as if relieved. When Vega stabilized lines humming, numbers jealous but compliant, Arya stepped back. The room looked like war had come and been persuaded to sign a ceasefire. She stripped her gloves, flexed her fingers, and realized they were shaking. The tremor was small and local, traveling hand to wrist like a rumor refusing to die. "You okay?" Lynn asked, softening. "Fine," Arya said, because in the hospital the word meant functional. She pressed 2 knuckles against the watch, counted 3 ticks, and the tremor dialed itself down. Janet angled a look. "Go breathe," she said. "I'll tuck him in." The stairwell was a cool lung of concrete and old paint, smelling faintly of mop water and something metallic you never quite identify. Arya sat 2 steps up, back against the wall, and let the night pour out of her in slow increments. Her phone buzzed. "Rosa Delgado. You free for a 3-minute crime." Arya typed back, "Define crime." "Rosa. Looking at something I'm not supposed to have." In my defense, the thing looked at me first. Arya found her in the IT closet, a narrow room that had upgraded itself to operations hub with a label printer and a better fan. Servers blinked like Polita aliens. Rosa's laptop glowed with a spreadsheet and a few lines of code, the digital equivalent of a half-open safe. "Logs," Rosa said, swiveling the screen. "Specifically nighttime access to EHR progress notes." "You didn't hear this from me. I didn't even come in here," Arya said, "because gallows humor is just humor with better boots." Rosa pointed to entries that stacked up like teeth post-midnight edits from a generic admin account. "Someone's been cleaning narrative, swapping phrases, softening exposure. Escalated concern becomes informed care team. Identified dosing risk becomes noted dosage." "You feel it," Arya did. "The difference between a verb that acts and a verb that shrugs is the difference between a career and a correction." "Who?" Arya asked. "Officially." Rosa gave a theater bow to the screen. "No one." "Unofficially, the IP tracks to a machine in Admin Suite B, Hales Hall," Arya said. Rosa didn't nod. "Could be anyone with a badge. Could be a very motivated ghost. I'm not telling you to do anything about it. I'm telling you to write like a deposition and screen grab before midnight." Arya let the anger lift, inspect the room, and sit back down. "If this were a TV show," she said, "we'd set a trap. This is a hospital," Rosa said. "We set odites." She slid a little black YubiKey across the counter. "Spare. If you send me your notes as PDF exports before sign-off, they get hashed and time-stamped off-network. Tonight's heroic novella included. If someone changes them later, I can make a very boring slideshow that will ruin someone's Tuesday." Arya weighed the key in her palm. It felt like a tiny, honest weapon. "I owe you coffee," she said. "You owe me plausible deniability," Rosa said, and flashed a grin. "Now go be virtuous. I'll be in the basement, learning to speak printer." By 0410, Vega slept like a man who'd survived both his body and the night. The floor exhaled into a temporary truce. Patricia Sloane came through, cardigan or blues, makeup softened for midnight. She checked rooms the way a mother checks bedrooms, without turning on the light, and with a radar for breathing. At the station, she paused beside Arya. "I read your anonymous report," she said quietly. Arya kept her face still. "Anonymous reports are lucky like that." Patricia's gaze moved to Mr. Veja's door, then to the monitors down the hall, then back. In the bright daytime, she was immaculate policy. At night, her edges looked human, hair loosening from its neat coil, a fine fatigue threading her voice. "You're not wrong," she said. You're just not careful. Careful isn't the same as safe, Arya said. No, Patricia said. Sometimes careful is the opposite of safe. For you, she looked like she wanted to say more, then decided she wanted to keep her job. Make sure you sleep after. I'll cover the dawn paperwork. Arya watched her walk away with that small fracture in her posture she'd noticed before. Gray has a weight. It can be a color or a burden, depending on lighting. Morning arrived like a siren that chose golden light over sound. At 0641, the first wave of day shift spilled in. Scrubs bright as candy, eyes trying to remember coffee. Arya exported her overnight notes to PDF, dropped them into a quietly named folder, and touched the YubiKey to the laptop. A small green check appeared, the digital equivalent of a notarized nod. She had a half hour before handoff, enough time to eat the granola bar in her pocket and decide whether to tell Dad about Hale. She texted, "Still alive." The reply came quick. "Prefer you stay that way. Pancakes later. Sleep first," she wrote, and added, "We had a Vega code. Back now." He sent a single thumbs up emoji, which from him was a paragraph, at 0730. In the conference room that liked to pretend it was Switzerland, Hale held morning huddle. He wrote consistency on the whiteboard like it was a cure. Donor metrics stapled to handouts made a papery hiss when people shuffled them. The coffee was braver than the muffins. Last night, Hale said, we had an avoidable code. A pulse of silence moved around the table. Arya felt it land on shoulders like a damp coat. Lynn folded her arms. The sign language for try me. Nothing is truly avoidable in cardiology, Lynn said, voice even, we manage. As we find Mr. Vega arrested. We returned him. He's stable. Hale's smile was for the room, not for her. Avoidable in optics, he said. We have 2 donor events this week. The phrase, code blue, echoing down hallways isn't ideal. Would you prefer the phrase later? Arya asked before the wiser half of her brain kicked her ankle. Or elsewhere. We can note it in the privacy of a chart and not inconvenience the carpets. A few heads ducked to hide small traitorous smiles. Hale's gaze steadied on her, flat and glacial. Ms. Bennett, your enthusiasm is noted. So is your tendency to editorialize. He flipped a page on his clipboard. On the matter of documentation, I've noticed redundancy and narrative flourish creeping into notes that should be concise. We are not writing novels. We are creating legal records and billing artifacts. Billing artifacts. Janet murmured, just loud enough for irony to take a lap. Hale's eyes flitted, catching and releasing. Henceforth, I want line item fact. Interventions. Outcomes. Leave the advocacy to the physicians. Arya felt her mouth go dry. She found the watch and pressed. Tick, tick. Don't let him have the tempo. Advocacy is a nursing outcome, she said. It's measurable. There's research. Hale's patience performed a mime of itself. Then peacock your research at a conference. Here, respect the latter. Patricia Sloan cleared her throat. We can adjust templates to satisfy both needs, she said, finding a bridge between rocks. Bullet first, then narrativa. The Joint Commission doesn't write our checks. Hale said, we will not invite scope drift. He turned to Arya again. A cat finding the same bird. Interesting. And I would appreciate if certain staff did not encourage residents to second-guess orders in the middle of a shift. Lynn's eyebrows lifted. Certain staff encouraged a resident to calculate Cry's CL before pushing a loading dose into a 45-year-old kidney. She said, if that's mutiny, I recommend more mutiny. The room was very quiet. Hale's jaw worked once, twice. He let it go, but not far. After huddle, he asked to see Arya privately. She went because this floor ran on obedience and adrenaline, and she had already used her adrenaline for the night. In his office, sunlight broke on the glass and made a square of gold on the carpet, like a carpet awarded a medal. Hale gestured at the chair. Arya did not sit. "You're on probation," he said, as if discussing weather, 60 days coaching, documentation review, performance improvement plan. You will sign, you will comply, or you will transfer. To where? Arya asked. Do we send problems that ask questions? His smile didn't reach the eyes. Out. He pushed a paper across the desk, HR letterhead, bullet points that smelled of template and plausible deniability. Arya read. Heart steady, watch steady, face steady. The allegations were neat, overstepping scope, creating confusion with unsanctioned patient education, encouraging independent clinical interpretation. Each phrase, a blade filed down to something polite enough to pass a committee. She set the paper down carefully, as if it might explode. "I won't sign that." "You will," he said, "or you'll be escorted off the floor. I don't need a spectacle. I need peace." "Peace is when people aren't dying for optics," she said, soft. His voice dropped. "A secret you could cut yourself on. There's a chain of command. There are rules. There is a way this place has worked for 100 years. Do you know what keeps a machine like this beautiful? People who know their place." There it was. The sentence. It didn't shout. It didn't need to. It sat between them like another person in the room, older, meaner, bored with pretending. Arya felt heat rise beneath her skin. Not blush exactly, more a furnace remembering its job. "My place," she said, "is at the bedside and in the chart when lives depend on verbs, not in the footnote of someone's reputation." Hale's eyes cooled further. "Sign." She didn't. "I'll bring it to HR," she said, "and I'll bring my notes." "You mean your novels?" He leaned back. "Do. They will read what I ask them to read. Then I'll show them what they don't know they need," she said. He stood, a dismissal that wore a suit. "Bennett, you are not a martyr," he said, almost kindly. "Don't practice being one. It's messy." "Martyrdom," she said, hand on the doorknob, ampli defeat. When she stepped back into the corridor, the sounds of the floor came at her like surf-rolling med carts. A laugh caught in a throat, bed alarms tuning themselves. Rosa texted, "Did you sign?" "Not today," Arya typed. "Good. Lunch." Rosa sent a hot dog emoji. On inside joke about cafeteria bravery. "If I'm not fired by noon," Arya replied, "I'll print you a fake badge." Came back. Title Ghost. At noon, the hospital became a city. Volunteer pianists played standards in the lobby. Donors gave money a tour of its future. A toddler dropped a juice box that made a noise like a small tragedy. On 8, Mrs. Patterson told Arya she had dreamed of swimming in a bright lake. Water was warm, she said. No lifeguard yelling. "Keep your head above," Arya said. "Always do," Patterson said, and winked. And somehow that landed heavier than anything Hale had said all morning. At 1412, while Arya taught a new grad the trick of taping an IV without making the tape the patient's enemy, Patricia Sloan appeared again, file folder in hand. "HR wants to meet at 1600, she said, voice even. "Bring a union rep if you want." "That's fast," Arya said. "It's scheduled." Patricia corrected. She glanced down the hall, then back. "I'll sit in, if you wish." "With me," Arya said. Patricia's mouth shifted something like relief, something like fear. "With you?" she said. Arya spent the next 90 minutes being very good at her job on purpose. Not for show, but because control over small outcomes is how you gather courage for the big ones. She walked families through discharge packets, She convinced a stubborn grandfather to accept a walker as a temporary ally. She adjusted a medication schedule so it aligned with a human day instead of a pharmacist's clock. Each act felt like stacking pebbles against a coming tide. At 1557, she placed her tablet in its dock and pressed the pocket watch flat to her sternum. Tick, tick. Don't let him have the tempo. As she and Patricia approached conference room B, Aria spotted Rosa leaning casually by a vending machine. Rosa didn't wave. She just lifted a paper coffee cup in a micro-toast and tapped her phone twice. I'm here before pretending to scroll. Through the glass, Aria could see Hale already seated at the head of the table. Jacket on, hair perfect, expression so neutral. It turned back into an expression. Tuha air representatives flanked him like parentheses. A thin stack of papers waited in front of an empty chair. Her chair, apparently. Aria opened the door. The air inside had that meeting room temperature, technically comfortable, spiritually cold. Her pulse didn't accelerate. The watch kept it honest. Ms. Bennett, one HR rep said, smiling with professional warmth, thanks for coming on short notice. My schedule had an opening, Aria said, and sat. Patricia took the chair to her left. Hale's eyes flicked to Patricia's surprise, annoyance. Recalculation then were stone again. We're here to discuss concerns raised about your performance, the other rep began, sliding the form across the table, specifically around role boundaries and communication style. I brought documentation, Aria said, placing a thin folder on the table, PDFs clip, themestomps and a question. Hale arched an eyebrow, theatrical. Just one. Who edited my note at 0037 last Tuesday? Aria asked, tone calm. Changing identified high-risk dosing to noted dosage. The room shifted, chairs creaked. Paper whispered, a silence like a held breath. Hale didn't twitch. That's not why we're here, he said. It's exactly why, Aria answered. She looked to HR, then back to Hale. Because if the problem is my verbs, then let's talk about who keeps making them smaller. No one moved. A clock on the wall ticked, cheap and loud. Under her palm, the pocket watch ticked too, older and truer, a side-by-side duet of time. Hale smiled, the kind of smile that gets photographs taken. Miss Bennett, he said, voice dipped in civility. This is a coaching conversation. Don't try to turn it into a trial. Trials come later, Aria said, not raising her voice. This is discovery. Patricia exhaled just once, just audible. The HR reps exchanged a glance that translated to, we didn't prepare for that slide. Aria opened her folder and slid a page forward. Screen capture. Hash code. Timestamp. I respect the latter, she said. I just won't let someone saw off the rung. Hale's jaw flexed. For the first time since she'd known him, the angle of his face changed in a way he didn't plan. Let's begin, the HR rep said carefully, hands flattening a packet as if smoothing would tame it. Aria folded her hand. She wasn't brave. She was documented. Outside the glass, the floor kept moving codes. Coffee. Kindness in hurried shapes. Inside, the temperature of the room lowered by a degree no thermostat could measure. Whatever this would become, coaching. War. Something with a nicer name and worse consequences it had started. The pocket watch ticked, indifferent to titles. In a building that often mistook quiet for peace, it kept the beat of a different kind of victory, the kind you build, stone by careful stone, until the tide notices you refuse to move. Chapter Dry Paper Knives. If Room B had a smell, it was of paper warmed by friction. The HVAC hummed at a bureaucratic pitch. Blinds slit the afternoon sun into orderly bars. The HR reps Maya Kirk and Dev Patel sat equidistant from a pile of printed policies, as if triangulating safety. Patricia Sloan had a legal pad she didn't write on. Dr. Marcus Hale had nothing but confidence, and a pen he clicked like punctuation. Arya felt the pocket watch against her sternum. Tick, tick. Keep your center. She slid her stack of PDF exports forward, hash codes stamped in the corner like serial numbers on truth. Maya Kirk smiled with teeth that meant we're all reasonable here. Ms. Bennett, we appreciate your dedication to accurate documentation. This isn't adversarial. Then it won't mind evidence, Arya said. She kept her tone at bedside temperature warm, direct. At 0037 last Tuesday, my note changed without my sign-off. Identified high-risk dosing. Became noted dosage. Language alters liability. But more than that, it alters attention. People read verbs. Dev tapped a laptop. Edits appear under the master admin service account. That's typical. Template corrections. Character limits. Auto clean. Auto clean doesn't swap escalated to cardiology after calculating key RCL for informed team. Arya said, that's not tidying. That's sandpaper on a warning. Hale's pen clicked once. We're losing the plot. This is a coaching meeting about your role. Your words invite confusion. You encourage scope drift. Arya turned to HR, not to him. Scope is a ladder, not a leash. When a patient is coding, my verbs need legs. Patricia exhaled. A thin thread of sound. She looked at the hash codes, then at Arya, then at Hale. We can resolve both, she said carefully. Bullet points first, for clarity. Narrative. Second, for context. Everyone wins. Hale smiled at her, the way a cat smiles at the birdbath. Everyone loses when donors hear chaos. Arya set a second screen capture on the table, a dual view. Her PDF beside the altered EHR. Before a amiodarone dose may exceed safety margin given EGFR trend, escalated to attending dose deferred. After amiodarone administered per protocol, notified MD. Maya blinked. Dev stopped tapping. Even Patricia's pen finally found paper and wrote one word who. Hale's voice cooled. Ms. Bennett, accusing unnamed someone's of phantom edits is a quick way to discover how replaceable any of us are. Arya didn't look at him. I'm not accusing. I'm auditing. Two different things. And replaceable isn't the same as wrong. Maya folded her hand. Let's park the edit question. We'll ask IT to run a trace, a beat. In parallel, the department has requested a performance improvement plan. Dev slid the form forward. The bullets were familiar. Arya had seen them in other nurses' hands after hard months. Communication tone, interdisciplinary collaboration, scope adherence, chain of command compliance. The plan had goals with checkboxes, dates like tripwires, signatures like bargains. 60 days, Dev said, coaching with the unit educator, weekly note audits, shadowing with 2 senior RNs, no overnight charge duties. He glanced up, and per Dr. Hale, you'll avoid leading patient teaching unless a physician is present. Arya traced the edge of the paper with a fingernail. In some other story, this is where she'd throw it back, deliver a speech, overturn a table. In this one, the floor had patience. Fury is heavy to carry through med passes. I'll review, she said finally, with representation. Hale's smile was all law degree. Refusal to sign can be construed as non-cooperation. Requesting counsel is cooperation with a better vocabulary. Arya said, I'll sign a receipt that I received the plan. I won't sign to affirm facts that are not. The HR pair exchanged a look, respect hidden inside neutrality. Patricia nodded once, a quiet yes to a boundary drawn. Maya's voice softened. We'll reconvene in 48 hours. She stood, signaling end of scene. Thank you all. They dispersed with the choreography of people leaving a room that still holds something. In the hallway, Hale paused beside Arya, too close for OSHA and courtesy. Up close, his cologne smelled like cedar and verdict. You mistake precision for permission, he said quietly. You're talented, Bennett. Don't set yourself on fire for a sentence. Arya kept her eyes on the corridor, where two transport aides joked around a gurney. I don't burn, she said. I document. His jaw ticked. And I decide. Until someone reads, she said. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Power rarely does. The floor swallowed her back a relief and a demand. Mrs. Patterson wanted to talk about the lake in her dream again. It wasn't about swimming, she said, eyes bright with some private sun. It was about standing and finding the water. Learned my name, Arya smiled. I'll remind the water, she said, and taped a new KCL bag with the neatness that reassures. At the nurse's station, Janet slid a granola bar across the counter like contraband. So, she said, sottovoce, how many knives in that meeting? Paper ones, Arya said, sharper than they look. HR. Janet wrinkled her nose. They come wrapped in adjectives. It's pulling a trace, Arya said. Maybe the ghost will show its shoes. Janet huffed. Ghosts here wear loafers. Rosa appeared, casual as a post-it, and twice as helpful. You didn't hear it from me, she said. But if one were, hypothetically, setting a trap for a phantom editor, one might, hypothetically, embed a non-printing Unicode character, a hairspace, in a sentence. If the sentence later lacks that hair, we know it's not a template touch. It's a manual manicure. Arya grinned despite herself. You want me to seed my notes with invisible glitter? Exactly, Rosa said. Also, I looked at the audit logs. She leaned in. Our little phantom has daytime manners and nighttime hands. Edits happen between 0030 and 0200. From an IP block reserved for Guess Who Administrative Services, Suite B. Not proof, but a good gossip. Can you tie it to a machine? Arya asked. Working on it, Rosa said. Those floors have a gnat that makes a dozen machines look like one. But, she lifted a finger. Printers betray. If any prints came off after edit sign-offs, checklists. The printer queue knows who pressed Control P. Printers are snitches, bless them, Arya said. I'll bring cupcakes to the Xerox. Rosa's grin widened. Meanwhile, I made you a button. She tapped Arya's tablet screen. A new icon pulsed, notarize. It hashes and emails copies to a non-hospital archive every time you sign a note. I also built a cute little Loki that pings me. If your note changes after you sign, we'll make a slideshow so boring. Hale will confess just to stop watching. Careful, Janet said. Boring is a felony here. The afternoon looked like healthcare, when it's almost poetry meds sync, family teaching that lands. A patient who refuses PT finally walks to the door because Arya tells him the hallway smells like victory. Hale led a donor tour past the glass. The group wore expressions like they were at a zoo for tragedy. He glanced over once, eyes sliding past Arya, as if she were furniture. Power pretending you're invisible is a prelude to pretending you don't exist. At 1643, Arya stepped into stairwell C to breathe something uncurated. The concrete carried the day's warmth. On the landing, Patricia stood alone, both hands wrapped around a paper cup like it was winter. I shouldn't say this, Patricia said. Then don't, Arya said gently. Because inviting someone to keep their job is also care, Patricia nodded, then spoke anyway, voice low. turned toward the cinder block, so the wall could keep a secret. When I was a new RN, she said, I corrected a surgeon, quietly, nicely. He was wrong. Ahmed was wrong. He told me to stick to pillows and ice chips. I wrote the note. Someone rewrote it. Noted discomfort instead of suspected dosage error. The patient survived. I learned to say things in ways that passed. Aria's throat tightened. Passed for what? For acceptable, Patricia said. That word has teeth. She breathed in. Then out. I don't know how long I can straddle this. But I see you. And I'm her voice caught. I'm not proud of the parts of me that made peace. Peace is expensive. Aria said, you paid retail. Patricia's laugh was small and sad. She straightened. The gala is Friday. Hale will want quiet. Quiet is when accidents happen. Be careful. Careful, Aria repeated, or safe. Not synonyms, Patricia said, and left with her cup and her grayness. At 1805, the floor became a chorus of small crises. The dinner hour that never is. Mr. Vega wanted ice chips and a Dodgers score at the same time. A monitor invented an alarm. A tray went missing, and then isn't that always the way? Aria was writing in the chart when Rosa's Loki pinged, alert. Note altered post-signature. Source master admin. Time 1807. Aria's heart jumped small, contained, like a rabbit checking the fence. She opened her signed note. A line patient education provided regarding risks of amiodarone accumulation at reduced renal clearance. Now read, patient-informed medication per MD order. The hairspace glitter was gone. Rosa got it. Printer Q shows. Sweet B. Printer dough spit. A one-page doc at an wheat. 0 wheat. Job owner P. Sloan. Aria stared. Cold trickled down her spine, a feeling with fingers. Patricia. Her ally, in gray. Rosa again. Before you explode, jobs can route through admin assistants under a manager's login. Could be anyone using her station. Aria typed, find camera near printer 2. Rosa working. Also, breathe. Aria closed the chart. The pocket watch ticked hold steady. A nurse floated over with a question about a dosing schedule. Aria answered, voice even. Inside, her world moved a half-inch to the left. At 1920, she caught Patricia in the medroom, counting syringes with the air of someone who needed a task with edges. Did you print something from Suite B? Aria asked. Plain. Patricia blinked, then shook her head. Frown lines barely there. I haven't been upstairs since noon. Aria studied hair. People are bad at lying with their eyes and excellent at lying with their calendars. She wanted to believe. She decided to wait for evidence to tell her whether belief was bravery or a shortcut. Her phone buzzed dead supper. Late. She texted, long day, 3 dots. Then long days build short careers if you let the wrong people narrate them. Working on the narration, she wrote, and slipped the phone away as a transporter rolled in a new admit. With eyes wide as a deer's, the evening cooled into the kind of blue that makes windows honest. Aria finished rounds, then sat at a corner terminal and wrote her last note, like a letter to a future courtroom fact. Times. Who was present, who decided. She seeded a hairspace after dose, like Rosa taught her, like a fisherman laying a line. When she signed, Loki chimed again. Alteration detected faster this time. The edit had occurred within 4 minutes. Under activity, a bloom of metadata IP10. Sisharar. T. Shurjo. Rosa. That's Suite B. Workstation. ADM03. Guess whose desk? Aria didn't answer. She stood without noise, and took the hallway toward the administrative elevators. The carpet up there swallowed footsteps, the walls an eggshell that made voices sound like secrets. The Suite B door required a badge. Arya didn't have one. The small camera eye above it looked bored. Down the hall, a copy room yawned open. Smell of toner and hot paper. A fan rattling a tired rattle. Printer 2 sat there, tray extended. A single sheet face down on the output shelf. Like a card dealt to no one. Arya glanced around. Empty. She stepped in and turned the page. It was her note, the edited paragraph, a neat amputation masquerading as syntax. At the bottom, the EHR name, Patricia Sloan. Sign off QED. Looking for something, a voice asked behind her. Hale leaned against the jamb, hands in pockets, tie loosened to the exact degree PR people recommend. The angle of his mouth said he had already won 3 moves ago. He was just here to enjoy the view. Your reach is ambitious, he said. Badge doors don't like nurses who forget their floor. Arya held the page up between 2 fingers. Badge doors don't edit verbs, she said. He shrugged. A gesture that dressed itself in reason. We streamlined a note. You wrote a novel. We trimmed adjectives. You trimmed accountability, Arya said, and you're using Patricia's credentials to do it. His eyes showed a flicker, then small, fast. The ghost of surprise. We centralize sign-offs to ensure consistency, he said. Managerial oversight. Perfectly routine. Routine is a nice way to say it happens too often to be noticed. Hale stepped into the room. The fan ticked. A strip of light vibrated on the floor. Listen to me, Ms. Bennett, he said, voice low. Hospitals are ships. They don't turn on the insistence of a deckhand. They turn if the captain decides. The captain considers weather. The captain considers donors. The captain considers lawsuits. The deckhand considers feelings. Do the math. Arya placed the page back on the tray and flattened it with her palm. I consider patience. He smiled the way elevators smile before shutting. You consider yourself. It's charming. It's also boring. He stepped closer, and the cologne became a sentence. Sign the plan. Keep your head down, or I promise you, truly, to be helpful, you will be taught silence. She felt the watch tick, slow and steady, a heartbeat that had lived through worse men. You can fire me, she said. You can scrub my verbs. But I don't do silence. He tapped the paper with one finger. No, he said, and his voice almost softened. But you do paycheck. He left. The fan kept rattling, as if it had something to say and knew it would not be heard. Arya lifted the page again, folded it once, slid it into the inner pocket of her scrub jacket. Evidence feels heavier than paper. She turned and nearly collided with Patricia, who stood in the doorway, eyes wide, face empty. You sign, Arya asked. Patricia's mouth opened, then closed. She started, and her voice snagged. He said we needed consistency. Arya held the paper between them. The edited line looked harmless and mean. Consistency isn't truth, she said. It's choreography. Patricia's gaze dropped to the floor. When she looked up, there was something in her expression that hadn't been there this morning. A crack that let light in and did not promise to close. I'll fix it, she whispered. No, Arya said quietly. We'll show it. On the way back down, Rosa texted a grainy still from a ceiling camera, a figure at printer 2, back turned, the timestamp 1808, the ID overlay ADM03, the figure's cardigan Patricia's oatmeal knit, Rosa I hate gray. Arya stared at the photo until the pixels swam. 2 truths sat in her chest like coins Patricia had warned her. Patricia, had signed. Both were true. Gray isn't compromise, it's a climate. At 2112, the floor thinned. Lights dimmed to the color of compromise. Arya finished her last check on Mr. Vega, breathing even. Heart rhythm, jealous but steady. He opened his eyes, an awareness surfacing. Nurse, he croaked. I'm here, Arya said. He swallowed, grimaced. Did ID? Part of you took a long lunch, she said. You sent it back. He stared at the ceiling for a long time. Do they know what they're doing? He whispered. Arya thought of Sweet B, of Printer 2, of hair spaces and hands with access. She thought of Patricia's eyes and Hale's voice. And the way the hospital pretended quiet could cure anything. Some of us do, she said. Some of us are learning, and some of us need to be taught. He nodded like that was enough to let sleep take him. At 2200, Arya clocked out. The lobby's piano player had switched to jazz notes like a protest that remembered to dance outside. The city rinsed itself in neon. A cold wind lifted the hair at Arya's nape and made the pocket watch colder against her skin. She pulled her coat tight and looked up. The hospital windows reflected the street in tidy squares, as if to say the outside world could be organized if it asked nicely. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. Ms. Bennett, this is Ombuds. Your anonymous report triggered a preliminary review. We'd like to schedule time. Also, we received external corroboration. Arya typed tomorrow. Ling ba ling ling. And you'll want to see a printer. As she walked toward the subway, sirens flared somewhere. Another life negotiating. She passed a storefront with televisions stacked like an argument. On one, a news crawler teased the gala on Friday. On another, a different hospital wore its scandal like a tie. Arya touched the watch. Tick tick, tomorrow would break something. Maybe her career, maybe the choreography. Maybe both. The chapter had already started to turn. She could feel the page lifting in the wind. Behind her, Mercy Heights glowed in squares. Somewhere inside, Sweet B's fan rattled on, old and honest, refusing to be quiet in a room that looked like silence. The ombuds office sat 3 floors above the cafeteria, a quiet box with frosted glass that turned movement into weather. The hallway carpet was the color of oatmeal and compliance. Inside, a desk lamp cast an amber cone over a legal pad, and a mug that said, "Liston first" in chipped navy letters. Ms. Bennett, the woman asked, rising. Mid-40s, twist of gray at the temple, blazer that had earned its shoulders, her badge ready Lane Park. Ombuds. Arya took the seat that faced both the door and the window, a habit from night shift. The pocket watch lay cool against her sternum. Each tick a small permission, steady. Elaine clicked a pen. House rules, I'm confidential but not magic. If I hear criminality or imminent harm, I escalate. If we find systemic risk, I recommend. I do not punish. I do not protect reputations. I protect process. She paused, reading Arya's face the way nurses read pupils. You bring me proof, I'll bring you daylight. Arya slid a slim folder across the desk. Hashes, time stamps, and a hairspace party favor, she said, plus a still from a ceiling camera near Sweet B's Printer 2. Elaine scanned the first page, Arya's notarized outputs, with Shah 256 strings stamped like dog tags. You're thorough. I'm tired, Arya said. Thorough is how I stay awake. Elaine's eyes caught on the side-by-side printout before escalated to attending after KRCL Calc. Dossier de Ferred. After per MD order. A tiny crease appeared between her brows, the kind you get from days that kept arriving. Who else knows? Elaine asked. 2 people in scrubs, Arya said, and an IT analyst who speaks printer and management. Knows enough to edit verbs. Less about Unicode glitter. Elaine breathed out, long and leveled. What's your risk tolerance? For my license. Low, Arya said. For my silence. Lower. Elaine nodded once. A small contract. Here's what we do. We mirror your technique. I'll request a for-cause audit from compliance, quietly framed as a systems integrity check. Meanwhile, you keep documenting and seeding notes. I'll subpoena printer logs if needed. She closed the folder with care, palms flat. And Ms. Bennett, whatever happens, your patient notes are not a battleground. They're the record of a life intersecting our building. Treat them like gospel. We'll treat the edits like heresy. Arya swallowed. The word gospel put a weight on the paper she already felt in her bones. Elaine glanced at the clock. The gala is Friday. People who like chandeliers will be downstairs. People who like shadows will be upstairs. That much overlap invites accidents. Her mouth made something close to a smile. Don't be alone. By noon, the floor's noise found Arya again call bells. Microwave beeps. The chorus of a hospital playing itself. Janet met her at the med room with a trio of syringes and a look. They pulled your preceptorship, she said. Flat. Email from education. New grads reassigned. Arya felt the newsland where anger keeps its coat. Reason. Optimization of learning environment. Janet quoted, which is Latin for Marcus Hale didn't like the syllabus. Arya stared at the bins labeled 1 milliliter, 3 milliliters, 5 milliliters. Like they could make sense of things. The loss didn't show on payroll, but it showed on the part of her that loved teaching the long explanations, the kitchen table metaphors, the way a student's eyes lit when pathophes clicked into place, a small, mean prying at joy. That's how systems teach you to stop offering more than ask. Rosa, Arya said, thumb flying across her phone. Rosa. He's moving fast. Compliance pinged me not to over-allocate curiosity, which is adorable. Also random, my badge just lost after hours access to 4th floor server closet. Arya punishments for questions. Preceptorship pulled. Rosa. He's trying to make it feel expensive to be useful. Arya, it already is. At 1410, Patricia Sloane stood at Arya's elbow like the shadow of a thought. Walk, she asked, eyes nowhere you could pin a meaning. They took stairwell C. The concrete was cooler than yesterday. Someone had propped open the landing door with a case of saline, the plastic gleaming like a domestic sea. Patricia held a folded paper between her fingertips, as if it might bruise. She didn't offer it. She held it like confession. I need to be clear, she began, voice as fragile as a standing glass. I signed those edits. That's my login on ADM03. It has been for years. Policy, written or unwritten, says managers ensure notes align with standards. Standards, Arya said, keeping her voice mild. Like accuracy or like optics. Patricia blinked. Lashes dark against tired. Marcus says, clarity prevents litigation. He also says, donors read. He also says, her face twisted around the next word. Consistency. You warned me, Arya said. Then you cut out the sentence that warned a patient. Patricia leaned against the cinder block, like it might lend her something. When I was 23, she said, my mother's chemo dose got rounded up because a pharmacist read a trailing zero that wasn't there. A note called it protocol deviation. A lawyer called it settled. I learned that verbs are weapons. People pretend are towels. She looked up. I don't like what I've done. I don't like what he asks. But that's not the same as courage. Arya let the silence sit until it got honest. What do you need to be brave? Patricia laughed once. A short fault line. A different mortgage. A less sick child. A new spine. She unfolded the paper, finally Arya's performance plan. Signatures blank like snow. Sign this. And he slows down. Don't. And he calls it non-cooperation. Arya took it. The bullet points were the same, but the dates had moved up a calendar squeezed to make failure faster. She folded it, slid it into the inner pocket beside the edited note. Evidence and ultimatum, neighbors in fabric. I'm not your enemy, Patricia said. I'm the person standing between you and a fire alarm that Marcus will pull and call a drill. Then pull me toward water, Arya said. Patricia looked at the stairwell door like it might be the sea. I'll try, she said, and the word sounded like it had tasted blood. Elo Ling Ling. Transport rolled anew. Admit Lydia Klein. Lucharar. Post-op from an aortic valve revision. Eyes bright with the morphine shine. The room filled with small duties. Orient her to the call light. Check the dressings. Teach the IS like a flute lesson. Lydia smiled over the mouthpiece. I played clarinet in high school. She whispered, if my band director could see me now. Her laugh turned into a wince. Arya scanned the orders. Then the med rec. An old home med diltiazem had been restarted at discharge yesterday and then resumed on admission, layered under the new rhythm control plan. Like a second blanket over glass, Arya's scalp prickled. Dilt with a post-op on imidazolone. That cocktail loves to slow a heart that ought to be proud of itself for beating at all. She opened her note, wrote, Home Dilt resumed in addition to amiodarone. HR Drift 5056. Escalated to attending. Recommend hold Dilt. Monitor for bradyarrhythmia. She dropped a hair space between recommend and hold, a fairy breadcrumb. No one could see. Iba Loki pinged. Edit detected. Arya's chest went cold and clean. She refreshed. Her cautionary sentence had become medication per MD order. Patient informed. Arya hit print to the floor unit device. No lofted trips to Suite B this time, and tore the page before it cooled. She tucked it into the jacket with the others, a paper heart. Sutured. She picked up the phone. Cardiology. Doctor. Co. It's Bennett on 8. Can you eyeball Lydia Klein's meds before she takes a nap she won't want? Dr. Co., a young attending with quick hands and a poker face, arrived 5 minutes later. Flipping through the chart as he walked, he stopped at the foot of Lydia's bed, scanned the telemetry. Who? He said, which is a doctor word with 4 meaning. Restarted home Dilt. Arya said, plus mieux. Co nodded once. Hold Dilt. Increase telemetry frequency. Let me fix these orders before they fix us. He glanced at Arya. Good catch. The word catch landed like a bomb. And a dare. Arya watched him change the order, then watched the note change back to truth, then felt in her bones how an edit could be a scalpel and a weapon. When he left, Lydia's husband Evan, badge from a plumbing company, smudged with real-world ducked in, worry already searching for a place to sit. He took Lydia's hand like it was both anchor and attire. We're okay, he asked Arya. We're paying attention. Arya said, she didn't say we were lucky. Luck is lazy language for people who don't plan. At 1930, Rosa cornered Arya by the supply closet. Breath. Carrying the peppermint of someone who chooses to stop cursing. I have a thing, she said. Eyes bright in the way stormglass brightens. Tell me you found a printer that sings, Arya said. Better, Rosa said, and held up a small, matte black square, a Raspberry Pi, flashed as a passive packet sniffer, sips power from any USB port. If we tuck it behind ADM03 and let it listen, it logs MAC addresses for devices pushing edits. With the right sauce, we correlate those with badge-in logs and camera time stamps. We won't just know a suite, we'll know which hands. Arya blinked. Is that Legal? Rosa's mouth did a little tilt. IT sets up monitoring all the time. Compliance does it when they suspect fraud. Think of this as pre-compliance. And what's the risk for you? Rosa shrugged, but her throat told on her. I lose a job I like at a place that thinks curiosity is a security incident. Aria touched Rosa's forearm. No heroics alone. I have a plan. Rosa said. It involves a janitor cart, a broken Keurig, and gala rehearsal chaos. She pressed a second, smaller object into Aria's palm. A flat rectangle, the size of a matchbox. Cheap, plastic heat. A key cam. Clip it inside your badge reel. Records 2 hours of video. Audio if you stand close to trouble. Aria turned the device over. It looked like something you'd buy at a bodega next to phone chargers and gum. Feels like a spy novel. Feels like job security. Rosa said, truth is the only thing with worse retention than nurses. 2100. Approached with that hour's particular blue. Aria sat to finish her last notes. Seated glitter, signed with the weight of a future judge breathing down her neck. Loki chimed once unaltered, then again altered, and Rosa's text arrived over it like a symbol. Rosa Pie is live. Guess who badged into Suite B at 2102? M. Hail. Guess whose phone pinged the admin Wi-Fi under a device name Dr. Hail iPhone? Guess whose laptop Mac now lives forever on my little square of joy? Aria exhaled a sound that wasn't a laugh and wasn't a sob. We have him, she whispered to the empty air. Have is generous, Janet said, suddenly at her shoulder, with chart tabs fanned like playing cards. What you have is a man who will tear down a wing rather than admit he opened a window. Aria looked up. Janet's face held the same tender ferocity. It held at 0300 on bad nights. You okay to be seen near me? Aria asked. I was seen near you the day you taught Mr. Vega to breathe like a trumpet, Janet said. I'll survive association. Aria smiled at that. A brief permission. Then the overhead speakers sighed to life with their polite apocalypse. Code Blue, 8 East, Room 814. Code Blue, 814, was Lydia. Aria ran. The room collapsed into choreography compressions. The crash cart, the bag valve stuttering oxygen into the hush between alarms. Doctor. Coe barreled in, gloves like lightning. What happened? Brady into a systole, someone said. She went soft. Aria's hand found the pocket watch and squeezed tick-tick compressions count. She watched the monitor, the PEA waveform hateful in its pretense. Then the slow slew groping back toward a rhythm that wanted to live. Pulse. The resident at the groin called, got it. They pivoted from chest thumping to investigation. Coe's eyes flitted to the med pump, to the med rec. Dilt was held, he said. So why did she drop? Aria flipped the chart. Breath high and tight. An older order home med reconciliation had been reapplied automatically by a protocol overshadowing Coe's correction. A simple system hiccup with complex malice. A default that loved the wrong yesterday better than today. She looked up at Coe. He was already nodding. Turn off the auto recon. Hard stop on Dilt. His mouth thinned. And put a note that reads like a lawsuit's opening statement. Aria wrote auto reconciliation. Re-added home Diltiasm at 2040 despite attending hold. Bradycardic arrest at 2058. Rosk achieved held further. Escalated to cardiology. Recommend audit of MedRec protocol to prevent reapplication of contraindicated home meds post-op. She seeded the hair space like a prayer you whisper, without thinking, and hit sign. Loki chirped unaltered, and relief felt like the first breath after the deep. Coe squeezed Aria's shoulder once permission to let adrenaline leave. Lydia breathed under a mask. Color crawl returning slow as forgiveness. Evan stood in the doorway, hands white on the frame, tears, trying not to make a scene. Arya gave him the smallest nod humans invented for not now explanations. He nodded back, crumpling and straightening in one motion. When the room exhaled, Janet handed Arya a cup of water. "You'll get 2 sentences to feel," she said. "Then there's 816. Arya drank. Water tasted like a world that didn't require verbs. By 2315, the floor spun down to night shift quiet. A hush, built of machines and restraint. Arya's phone buzzed once unknown number. She let it ring once more, then answered, "Bennett, Miss Bennett," Elaine Park said, voice lower, as if the phone itself had frosted glass. "I have the printer logs. We also have a systems change ticket from admin enabling manager sign-off assist 3 months ago, submitted by Hale, co-signed by compliance." Arya closed her eyes, then opened them. "So the ghost had a key." "Keys," Elaine said, "and a chorus. This isn't one man's bad hobby. It's a policy with a family tree." "What do you need?" Arya asked. "2 things," Elaine said. "First, someone to speak to the board on Friday morning before the gala. Not a legal treatise, but a human story with documentation behind it. Second, a moment at the gala itself, while the room is full of people who write checks and believe in words like legacy, the clo." Arya looked at the slim stack in her jacket, the edited notes, the plan, the paper that had tried to make her small, and the paper that made truth heavy. "You want me to talk? I want you to witness," Elaine said. "Talking is what people do at podiums. Witnessing is what nurses do when no one else is brave." Arya thought of Patricia in the stairwell, of Rosa with her little square of hazard and hope, of Janet standing beside her in midnight rooms. She thought of Lydia's mouth turning blue, then pink again. She thought of Hale leaning in a doorway, offering silence as career advice. "Okay," Arya said, "but we do it our way." Elaine's smile was audible. "What's our way?" Arya picked up the keycam that Rosa had clipped to her badge and set it on the table. "A little plastic truth. We don't tell a story," she said. "We show an edit happen." Elaine was quiet for a long beat. "Can you make that safe?" "No," Arya said, "but I can make it real." Another pause. "Then meet me at 0730 inches boardroom C. Bring your notes. Bring your friend with the printers. Bring whoever you think is gray and ready to step into a color." Arya hung up and stared at the ceiling, a grid of holes that made order out of acoustics. Somewhere above, a duct ferried warm air and gossip. Somewhere below, the lobby piano tried to make jazz out of longing. Her phone buzzed again. "Dad, you eating?" "Eventually," she wrote. 3 dots. "Then you can lose a job and still keep your work. The trick is remembering which is which." "I know the difference," she typed, and for the first time all week, the words did not feel like a dare. She stood. The watch ticked, tick, tick, 2 notes marking time before a downbeat. Tomorrow at 0730, a room would fill with people who thought the hospital belonged to them. Arya would bring papers that said otherwise. Somewhere in Suite B, a small raspberry Pi glowed like a coal waiting for air. At the nurse's station, Janet was lining up med cups like planets. Rosa lounged on a rolling stool like a cat who had outwitted a door. Patricia stood 10 feet away, clipboard a shield, mouth set in a line that meant she had decided something privately and was still terrified. Arya slipped the keycam under her badge, feeling its weight, joined the watch. Inside, her heart found a slower song. "Tomorrow?" Janet asked. "Tomorrow," Arya said. "Then sleep," Janet ordered. "You'll need verbs." Arya laughed quick. Grateful, she gathered her jacket, her stack, her courage. In the window, the night made a mirror, and for a second she saw herself doubled the nurse and the witness. She nodded to both. Outside, the city breathed cold and electric. Mercy Heights glowed its civilized squares, and far above, in a room with frosted glass and a lamp that made a circle of amber, the ombuds pinched her files and wrote one word on a clean page. Begin. Boardroom C wore its authority like cologne mahogany table. Walls, the color of old money. A panoramic print of the skyline that pretended hospitals floated above the city they served. A tray of croissants sweated under plastic. The clock over the door ticked with courtroom cruelty. Aria arrived early with Elaine parked beside her, and the binder she'd slept with under her pillow edited notes. Shaw 256 receipts, and her small stack of printed before and after pages that still smelled faintly of toner and risk. The pocket watch lay like a coin under her collarbone, the chain cool against her skin. Tick-tick counting courage into usable pieces. The door whispered. People arranged themselves like chess. Frederick Lung, board chair, white hair trimmed to a verdict, took the center seat. Dr. Adele Morgan, chief medical officer, in a slate dress that made restraint fashionable. Linda Brecker, hospital counsel, pearls that could file briefs. Charlotte Winthrop, donor with a winter coat that was probably worth a nurse's salary. Marcus Hale entered last. Perfect tie. A smile practiced for elevators and funerals. He didn't look at Aria. He looked at the croissants. Elaine placed a slim folder at each setting. Ombud doquette, she said, calm as a blood pressure cuff. We'll keep this human. Lang steepled his fingers. Ms. Park, you requested 10 minutes. You have 8. Then let's not waste verbs, Elaine said. She gestured toward Aria like a surgeon exposing a clean field. Ms. Bennett will witness to an ongoing practice that endangers patients and falsifies the historical record of their care. The room did what rooms do before an incision held breath. Aria stood. Her first sensation wasn't fear. It was the scent of old wood and lemon oil, the slick of paper under her fingertips, the way the watch beat time, like someone tapping her shoulder. She saw Lydia Klein's mouth, blanching blue. She saw Mr. Vega playing his lungs like a trumpet. She saw a single sentence, escalated for dose hold, blunted into per MD order. My name is Aria Bennett, she said. I'm a registered nurse on 8 East. I've worked nights, days, and the hours in between where the building forgets which it is. A breath. Over the past month, my signed notes have been altered after I signed them, not to fix typos, to erase clinical warnings and shift accountability away from the people who made decisions and onto a past that didn't happen. She slid the first page across before, on the left, after on the right, a hair's distance the size of a choice. Doctor, Morgan leaned in. These look like minor changes. Aria kept her voice level. Verbs kill. Dr. Morgan, held for bradycardia risk, becomes per MD order. Escalated to attending disappears. Those are not towels, they're weapons. They obscure who saw danger and who moved. Counsel Brecker drummed a pen once. Where did you obtain the comparative copies? From the unit printer the moment I sign, Aria said, and from a notarization tool that stamps a hash of my text at the time of signing. The hash can't be faked without changing the past. Elaine slid a second document toward the table. In parallel, my office pulled change tickets enabling a feature called Manager Sign-Off Assist, submitted by Hale 3 months ago, co-signed by compliance. It allows select admin accounts to adjust style and compliance post-signature without generating a visible addendum. Hale smiled like someone indulging a nervous nephew. Clarifying formatting is common, he said. We aim for consistent charting. We prevent litigation by avoiding ambiguous language. Aria laid down the next sheet. Lydia Klein's note. Ambiguity didn't cause Mrs. Klein's cardiac arrest yesterday. A default did auto-reconciling her home diltiism back into her post-op regimen. Despite an attending's hold, my note flagged the conflict. An edit removed the warning. She coded, "We brought her back." Aria looked at Lang. "We were lucky." "Luck is not a policy." "Doctor." Morgan's face changed a shade. "Is the patient stable now?" "She is," Aria said. "Because Dr. Co reversed the med, and because 20 hands did what hands do." She let that sit. "But the record now says she was informed and everything was per protocol. It tells a future lawyer a lie." Counsel Brecker pounced. Where counsel pounce. "You've admitted to unusual IT activity to obtain these flick of pearl at paper comparatives. Did you deploy any unauthorized equipment on hospital networks?" Aria didn't blink. "I printed my notes and I checked their hashes." Ombuds pulled the tickets. Elaine lifted a palm. "Any broader network analysis by third parties is not before us today." Deliberate. Protective. Hale folded his hand. "This is really about a nurse on a performance plan disagreeing with management coaching. Ms. Bennett is bright. She sometimes writes beyond her scope. We've guided her toward appropriate phrasing. She's passionate." The word carried the odor of difficult. Aria nodded once, conceding the wind so she could set the mast. "I am passionate, also right, and when my assessments save lives, they shouldn't be sanded off. So a future chart reads like a brochure." Charlotte Winthrop, donor coat, rustling like money, shrugging, squinted. "Why would anyone edit out a good catch?" Elaine answered, "To smooth liability, to centralize credit, to make narratives tidy for people who don't like mess." She slid the ticket copies forward. "And because the system currently permits it, Dr." Morgan's eyes flicked to Hale. "Is it true manager assist edits don't generate an addendum?" Hale didn't flinch. "They generate an audit trail internal. We don't clutter the clinician view with version control. It confuses staff. It clarifies truth." Aria said, feeling the watch hammer like a small moral. "When a note is changed, the person reading it at 3 a.m. deserves to know who wrote what and when." Brecker turned to Elaine. "Ms. Park, why bring us this before involving legal directly?" Eline's voice softened. "A blade wrapped in velvet. Because legal's risk is institutional. Mine is human. And because a patient almost died in the seam between a nurse's warning and an admin's edit." Silence pooled. Even the clock seemed to count slower. Lang exhaled. "What do you seek?" "Immediate suspension of manager assist edits," Elaine said. "A forensic audit of the past 90 days. A clear policy that all post-signature changes appear as addenda attributable to the editor, and protection from retaliation for those who reported." Dr. Morgan nodded. "Sensible." Brecker set down her pen. "Operationally complex." Hale smoothed his tie. "Unnecessary." Lang looked at Aria, not kindly or cruelly, just as if she were one more object to be arranged. "Ms. Bennett, if we grant this audit, and it disproves your claims, you understand there will be consequences." "Consequences already arrived," Aria said. "They just happen to my patients." Elaine let the smallest smile ghost her mouth. Chair Lang. "I expect retaliation will be less fashionable if you issue the suspension." A beat. Then two. "Fine. Lang said at last, distaste like lemon on his tongue. Suspend manager assist edits for 72 hours. Pending audit. IT will report to Dr. Morgan, not admin. Council will draft language. He stood, a verdict walking, and, Ms. Bennett, do not mistake our patience for indulgence. The meeting broke like a bone. People gathered coats and reasons, swiped phones as if relief could be scrolled. Hale waited until the room thinned, then stepped toward Arya with a smile that didn't reach either end of his face. He leaned just far enough to call it private. You just made yourself very expensive, he murmured. Hospitals don't keep expensive nurses. Arya resisted the urge to step back. Hospitals don't survive expensive lees. He glanced at the binder. Cute hashes, he said. Cute isn't admissible. Elaine materialized at Arya's shoulder. Neither is intimidation, she said brightly. Run along. Marcus, we're late for better people. Hale's smile sharpened on its way out the door. You'll hear from compliance. Can't wait, Elaine said, sunnier than revenge. In the hallway, the air lost the boardroom's varnish and found fluorescent honesty. Rosa waited on a bench, messing her bag like a loyal dog against her knees. Her eyes, storm-glass bright, asked before her mouth did. Suspended, Arya said, 72 hours. Audit under Dr. Morgan. Rosa let out a breath she'd been holding since email was invented. It's something, it's not enough, Arya said. She felt the word in the watch. We still show it. Rosa's grin tilted. Good. Because I brought toys. She patted the bag. Our pie slept well. It logs MAC addresses like a gossip columnist. Elaine angled them toward a side corridor. Careful, she said. Brecker sniffed around unauthorized equipment. If it hears packet and sniffer in the same breath, they'll write you up as malware and call it Tuesday. Rosa's expression sobered. Data's already off-bot. Encrypted copies to 2 drives. One lives with my aunt's cookie tin. The other lives in a boring file named Q4 Staffing, XLSX. Arya allowed herself an unladylike snort. You are my favorite crime. They turned a corner and nearly walked into Patricia Sloane, clipboard, posture, mouth set to maybe. The gray in her eyes was darker in daytime. Boardroom C, Patricia asked, as if that weren't the door they had just left. Showed our homework? Arya said, no gold stars. Patricia looked down the hall to be sure it was empty, then lowered her voice. You moved them, enough to make him blink. She swallowed. He's going to come for you. He already did, Arya said, several times. Patricia's gaze slid to Elaine, then back. If I were to forward emails, instructions, phrases like sanitize escalations, would that make daylight brighter or just get me burned? Elaine didn't blink. It would make you useful, she said, and I would protect you as far as my pen reaches. Patricia's laugh broke on its way out. Pen don't cover mortgages. Pens rewrite policies, Elaine replied, and sometimes keep people out of orange jumpsuits. Patricia flinched almost imperceptibly. Some past memory had teeth. She slid a small object from her blazer pocket, a guest badge, and pressed it into Rosa's hand. It opens Suite B tonight until midnight. There will be gala rehearsals. Security will be busy counting flowers. She didn't look at Arya when she said, don't make me regret this. Rosa tucked the badge into her bag like a relic. We won't. Patricia hesitated, then added, barely audible. When I was a floor nurse, I wrote everything. My notes sang, Marcus taught me to hum. She looked at Arya then, directly. Make them listen to a full song. She left before gratitude could make things sticky. Elaine watched her go. Gray needs courage, like fire needs oxygen, she murmured. You gave her a window. By noon, the rumor had outrun the memo. 72 hours. Audit. Ombuds in Board C. Unit secretaries traded theories with respiratory techs, and the lobby piano tried Gershwin but kept slipping into hymns. At 1405, the ceiling speakers muttered a polite catastrophe. It to Suite B, Chief Admin request. Rosa and Aria locked eyes. Someone talked. Rosa said, boardrooms leak. Elaine replied, Marcus sits in a lot of room. They trotted toward elevators, then diverted at the last second into stairwell D, fewer cameras, more excuses. At the second floor landing, Rosa fished out a slim ThinkPad, balance on knee like a field medic. Come on, baby, she whispered to the machine. Tell Auntie where the pie is. A command window flashed, lines of ASCII, marching like ants. Rosa bit her lip. Still broadcasting. Aria asked, last ping 3 minutes ago. Tap, tap, tap. Make that no ping. It went dark. Confiscated, Elaine said, or unplugged. Rosa said, her jaw set to granite under freckles, but not before it wrote home. I have the Mac table. Admin. Laptop. M. H. Admin. Uno. Dos. iPhone Dr. Hail iPhone. She flashed Aria a fierce smile. We don't need the spy. We're dating his footprints. Aria felt relief and loss braid together. Then the gala plan lives. It escalates, Rosa said, grin leveling into strategy. We cut the visual into a live feed. Your keycam showing an edit as it happens. Loki's chirp, screen shift. Your line turning into corporate oatmeal. We route it through the Gala AV 10,000 lumens of truth. Elaine's face did that rare thing. Two emotions disagreeing in public. It's bold. It's also career suicide, wrapped in copyright violation. Suicide is when the building wins, Rosa said softly. This is a fire alarm. Aria touched the watch. It answered in time. We'll do it, she said. But we mitigate. To Elaine, you said human first, so we'll blur patient identifiers. We pull edits from the training sandbox, the one they demo for donors. If Hale thinks it's not real enough, he can explain why the real ones exist. Elaine's mouth curved. Respect, catching up with protest. A nurse after my own pen. Aria's phone buzzed. Unknown. She answered because the day had trained her to Ms. Bennett, a deep, careful voice. This is Terry Vaughn compliance. Neutral like an empty plate. Please report to Human Resources at 1530. Elaine's face went still. Say yes. She mouthed. We need the paper trail. Yes. Aria said. I'll be there. She hung up. Her hands were steady. The watch had given her a metronome to fake calm. Janet's text arrived on top of the dread. You okay? I just saw Hale with HR. He had the smile he uses for dental x-rays. HR wants to see me. Aria replied, I'll walk you there. Came instantly. No, Aria wrote, I need you visible on the floor. The story has to keep happening, as if the building is worth saving. A tiny heartbeat. Then, you like to make it hard to be an atheist. Kid. A second text, eat a banana or something. HR rooms steal glucose. 1530 came like a slow punch. HR was all succulence and euphemism. Dawn Ellery, HR generalist, had the gentle eyes of someone who wished she were hiring instead of explaining. Hale sat across, chair angled to own the geometry, a man in a brown suit. Security stood by the door, as if furniture could file a report. Ms. Bennett. Dawn began in soft italic. We've received concerns about policy violations. unauthorized documentation practices, potential IT misuse, and tone. Tone, Arya repeated, as if trying a new spice. Hale interlaced fingers. You brought a copy machine's worth of printouts to a board meeting without clearance. I brought proof to the only room that still believes in it, Arya said. Dawn winced microscopically. For the duration of the audit, we're placing you on administrative leave. This is not disciplinary. It's a cooling period to ensure objectivity. Cooling, Arya said. She pictured Lydia's hands cooling under the overheads. Does this leave come with a parka? The security officer slid a small box across the table. We'll need your badge and keys. Arya unclipped the badge carefully, aware of the keycam sucking light like a secret. She palmed it as she lifted the badge to the table, twin fingers, hiding the device with the grace of someone who'd learned to tape IVs in the dark. She tucked the camera into the jacket pocket like a prayer folded small. We'll escort you to retrieve personal items, security intoned. Hale's smile did its anesthetic trick. Take the time to reflect, Ms. Bennett. Reflection can be clarifying. Arya stood, feeling the heat rise, not anger, but the humiliation that comes when the floor announces it was a trap all along. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the performance plan. She laid it next to the box and tapped the moved-up dates with a nail. I reflected, she said. The mirror says the clock runs faster when someone wants you gone. Hale's smile didn't crack. His eyes did. Dawn looked pained. We'll be in touch. I'll be busy, Arya said, witnessing. They walked her through the unit like a museum piece. Heads turned. A phlebotomist looked down too fast. Someone's microwave dinged into the silence and apologized by being a microwave. At the nurse's station, Janet stood square, an unbreakable coffee mug in human form. Her eyes took in the box, the absence of a badge. Her mouth said nothing. Her hand reached out and squeezed Arya's wrist, once the kind of pressure you use to tether someone to the earth. I'll see you at the gala, Arya said under her breath, as if they were discussing dessert. Janet's eyes crinkled. Wear shoes you can run in, she murmured. Rosa hadn't left her post by the supply closet. She mouthed Data's safe and widened her eyes at Arya's jacket pocket. Arya gave the slightest nod. Elaine waited by the elevator, arms crossed over a folder titled in tidy print, Interim Recommendations. She didn't nod. She didn't need to. Her presence said, begin. Security pressed the elevator button with the self-importance only small authority affords. Doors slid. Arya's reflection met her nurse minus badge. Plus box. The watch ticked its small rebellion. Tick, tick. If time was a weapon, she would treat it like a tool. She said goodbye to Floors with her eyes, the old man in 812 who called her kiddo, and then apologized for the diminutive. The housekeeper who played salsa softly from a phone in her pocket while she mopped. The respiratory therapist who always hummed off-key. This was her small city, and they were evicting her from it for saying the stove was on. Outside, winter had remembered itself. Breath made clouds. A delivery truck beeped in reverse, then settled into its place as if trucks knew more about duty than people did. Her phone buzzed. Rosa Pie is gone. Data is not. Also, someone just disabled your EMR login. Arya HR boxed me. We expected this. Rosa, I expected a lot. Not that I'd feel like I should start smoking. Arya smiled into the cold. Elaine texted too. We set the audit timer. Doctor, Morgan is watching. Keep your head low and your spine tall. Another buzz. Unknown again. Arya hesitated, then answered, Bennett. A voice like a taut wire. You don't know me. Name's Noah Pierce. I maintain the Gala AV. I heard a rumor about a special presentation, a beat. If that rumor needed a friendly switch flipped at a specific moment, this hypothetical person could arrange for the feed from boardroom C to accidentally route to the ballroom screens. Aria didn't speak immediately. She looked up at Mercy Heights, its windows squares of expensive order. Why would a hypothetical person do that? My sister died here, he said quietly. The chart called it probable complication. That's a towel word, a breath. I prefer weapons. Aria closed her eyes. The watch counted a decision to the surface. Tomorrow night, she said, they'll be toasting legacy. Let's show them history. Copy, Noah said. I'll build you a button. The line clicked. The winter sharpened. Aria slipped the key cam deeper into her pocket and turned toward the subway. Administrative leave stole her badge. It hadn't stolen her work. Halfway down the steps, her phone buzzed again, Patricia this time. Check your personal email in 10. Sender will be South Stairs. Subject line will be boring. A second later, I'm sorry. I should have been braver sooner. Aria typed back, you're on time. She reached the platform as a train screamed into the station. A rush of metal and breath. As doors opened, she caught her reflection in the window, once more smaller, without the plastic rectangle that used to confer belonging. The watch ticked, the train sighed. Somewhere in the building behind her, a tiny device had been unplugged, but its truth still pulsed in 2 hard drives and 1 nurse's jacket. When the car lurched forward, Aria wrapped her fingers around the strap and let the motion throw her, not falling, leaning. The city roared past graffiti like testimony, tunnels like arteries. Above ground, a ballroom filled with borrowed flowers. Underground, a plan found oxygen and grew. Tomorrow, they would put a hand on the building's beautiful throat and ask it to speak. The ballroom at Mercy Heights looked like money had been taught to levitate. Chandeliers dripped crystal over round tables set in military precision. Napkins folded into lilies, place cards printed in a serif font that had probably gone to prep school. The stage at the far end held a 10,000 lumen projector, like a polite cannon pointed at a gauze screen future. Legacy, gratitude, whatever donors needed to see to feel eternal. Aria arrived early, the winter air still iron in her lung, no badge clipped to her collar, no scrubs softening the angles of her shoulders, just a charcoal coat, clean lines, and the pocket watch tucked beneath the lapel. A small, defiant drum, tick-tick. She could feel it even when the jazz trio started their sound check, brushes, shushing a snare that sounded like whispered secrets. Bennett. The voice came from beneath the catwalk. Noah Pierce stepped out of cables and darkness. All utility, black and easy economy of movement. His hair was pulled back. His eyes were tired. The way hospital people are tired. Professionals at triage. He handed her a matte black fob the size of a car key. A sticker on it read, House lights in Sharpie. Another, sloppier one. Over the first, read, Don't panic. What's it do? She asked. Technically, it toggles an alternate input on the ballroom switcher and mutes the stage mic for 3 seconds to give you clean audio. Noah said, emotionally, it pushes a very large, very expensive truth across a very rich room. He glanced toward the screen. Your feed will come up. If somebody in the booth hits the big red nope button, it flips back, but I put a delay on it. 6 seconds. 6 seconds isn't long, Aria said. It's forever when the wrong thing is being seen, he said, too casually to be casual. We do this at 21:05. Donor highlight reel ends. House lights dim. The string quartet looks beautiful in blue. You press your button and talk before anyone knows where the sound is coming from. Arya swallowed. Her mouth tasted like penny and insistence. And afterward, fire alarm. Noah said, or the AV equivalent. The board will cut to looped logos. People will clap at the wrong time. You'll be escorted out. I'll be out of a job on Monday. He smiled like that was an old friend. Worth it. Why are you helping me? She asked. Noah's eyes flicked to an exit sign and back. Because when my sister coded, the record told a story that kept the hospital warm at night. She never liked cold rooms. He shrugged, and because I like switches, they're honest, on or off. Not sanitized. He held out his palm. The small fob looked like a toy. You ready to push the wrong thing at the right time? Before Arya could answer, Rosa slid in from the service corridor. Cheeks pink from the stairwell sprint, hair tucked under a knit cap that declared, "Science is real." She wore a black dress jacket over black jeans, like a person disguising rebellion as catering. A lanyard at her throat said, "Even Tech." Beneath it, the keycam hung from a thin chain, disguised as a geometric necklace. She bumped shoulders with Arya. Our sandbox looks like their live box. Rosa murmured. I seated the training EMR with a demo patient, John Doe post-op 2, age 99. Allergies, truth. I also built a copy of your Lydia Klein note, with personal identifiers scrubbed. If we get a clean edit moment on camera, Loki chirp, the line shifting. I can cross-cut that with the sandbox for patient privacy and still make Hale want a drink. 2 drinks. Where's Elaine? Arya asked, drafting statements in a coffee shop that smells like moral superiority. Rosa said, she'll arrive at 2000. If this works, she folds your moment into the audit as Exhibit A. If this fails, she becomes Exhibit A at your disciplinary hearing and tells them to spell retaliation correctly. Rosa's grin flicked in like lightning. Also, Patricia sent email from her personal account, boring subject line, like she promised weekend potluck. Inside, screenshots of messages from Hale with phrases like sanitize escalations and realign authorial attributions. N. Jesus. Noah murmured, who writes like a Bond villain. Hale, Rosa and Arya said together. It felt good to laugh. A quick, illegal thing. Noah led them through cables and cases to the back of the room where the control booth sat behind smoked glass like a confession box. Inside, 2 AV techs in headsets adjusted faders and pretended nothing ever happened. On a shelf, a row of labeled inputs glowed stage cam, reel, laptop 1 Hale, alt in, loop. Nope. Noah tapped alt in. That's us, Arya asked. Mostly, Noah said, alt in routes to a Raspberry Pi, in the rafters that's slurping your keycam feed and the sandbox screen. Rosa, you'll cut between them. I gave you the spacebar as a switch. If this gets chaotic, hit space until you feel holy. Rosa cracked her knuckles. I like it when men underestimate my spacebar. Everyone underestimates your spacebar. Arya said. The watch offered her a steady tap, a pulse she shared with the building for once. Tick, tick. They separated Noah to the booth, Rosa to a draped table disguised as an AV cart, Arya to the back of the room where she could feel the crowd gather like weather. Donors in winter silk, administrators in tuxedos that made them look like polite penguins, Frederick Lang at the center, his bow tie straight enough to split atoms. Council Brecker in black, pearls gleaming under the chandeliers like small moons. Dr. Adele Morgan in deep navy, the kind of color you choose when you understand the difference between appearing and being. Marcus Hale in a tuxedo that glowed just lighter than black, not enough to be ostentation, exactly enough to say, I plan details. He moved through the room distributing a smile like hors d'oeuvre. When he reached the corner where Arya stood, his eyes didn't widen, which meant he had expected her or had decided she was furniture. "Ms. Bennett," he said, soft, for the witnesses. "Administrative leave means administrative leave. I'm here as a guest of the Ombuds's office," Arya said. Transparency apparently pairs well with champagne. Something tightened at the edge of his jaw. "Don't embarrass yourself." "Working on it," Arya said, because fear felt better wearing somebody else's coat. The watch ticked into her bones. At 1945, servers with synchronized arms moved through the room, pouring something pale into expensive glass. A video loop of smiling nurses and smiling children cycled on the screen. Strings swelled. Hale took the stage with a microphone and the ease of a man who practiced sincerity in mirrors. "Friends," he began, and the room leaned in. "Mercy Heights has always been a beacon." Arya heard only the word always, and how buildings loved it. Always was a lullaby. Hospitals should hate lullabies. She slipped into the corridor behind the ballroom, where a door labeled Suite B opened into the side nerve center of administration. A short hall, another door, and then the room where decisions changed clothes. The gala had turned it into VIP coat check by day. By night, it was, as it always was, glass table, a ficus that refused to die, and two identical MacBooks sleeping beneath tasteful desk lamps, their little white lights pulsing like resting animals. The air smelled clean in a way that felt purchased. Arya's phone buzzed. Patricia Sloan-Door camera looped for 4 minutes. After that, my fingerprints vanish. A pause. "I don't know if I'm a coward or a tactician." "Both," Arya texted. "That's what wins wars." She set the keycam chain over her head, so the lens hung at the hollow of her throat. A pendant on a pulse, the watch ticked like a second countdown. When she sat, the two sleeping MacBooks woke in the same moment, synchronized like diverse. Desktop backgrounds bloomed. One, a photo of a sailboat chewing up an empty CMH admin 1-2. The other, a waterfall so symmetrical, it felt fake. Compliance desk. 2. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard of MH admin 1-2 like a surgeon hovering above skin. She didn't type. She looked. A notification teased the edge of the screen. Manager assist, 1 task pending. She clicked. A login box appeared, gray and innocent. She didn't know the password. She didn't try to guess it. She pulled her phone, opened Rosa's thread, and tilted the screen to the camera. Rosa texted back, "I see your ghost. Hang tight." 30 seconds later, the screen winked. "Then let her in." Rosa's dot flickered. No passwords were harmed in the making of this moment. You're piggybacking a session through the VPN that somebody forgot to close. Bless their messy soul. Bless them twice. Arya whispered. Manager assist bloomed into a dashboard of active edits, names masked by numbers, timestamps neat as rows of teeth. It looked like a chore chart for washing cars. She scrolled. Her own name did not appear. The edits were listed by case, not author. She flagged one with a note content that looked suspiciously like hers, language bleached to oatmeal. Her phone pulsed again. Rosa let me drive. The mouse moved under Arya's fingers. Not hers. The little arrow glided with Rosa's small, precise stubbornness across the screen. On the second Mac, Compliance Desk 2, a mail client opened itself with a cough. An outbox sat fat with drafts. Subject lines unassuming. Re-committee minutes. Re-language clarification. Thank you. Inside the kind of sentences that clang when they hit daylight before legal review. Ensure nursing notes. avoid language, implying physician, omission. Please reattribute escalations to team, not individual, to align with mercy narrative. We do not retain version hist for style updates. It confuses the reader. Rose's dot screens are mirrored. Deep breath. Your necklace looks great. By the way, it's about to have a career. From the ballroom came polite applause. Hale's voice, and to our donors, whose generosity keeps Mercy Heights at the cutting edge of care. 2105 waited on the other side of a few lines of speech. Aria's mouth went dry. She felt the watch tick into her wrists, up through her neck, into the keycam's tiny hunger. She looked up at the security cam in the corner. A red LED winked, and then went black. Patricia keeping her promise. 4 minutes. We start now, she told herself. Rosa. She breathed. Ready? In the booth, Noah wrapped his hand around the fader like a person making a vow. He saw Hale walk off stage to Frederick Lang's applause and Council Brecker's pearls. He saw the cue in his headset. Roll the highlight reel. He heard the quartet fall into a minor key, and knew a room like this would call it uplift. He lifted Alt in with his thumb and looked across the ballroom to where a woman in a charcoal coat stood behind drape and dim and did something that made his throat feel dangerous. Back in Suite B, Aria hovered her cursor over a line in Manager Assist that read, per MD order, medication reconciled to home regimen. She found her printed before in her bag, slid it next to the screen, and lined them up like comparing a face before and after an accident. Her original read, Medrec suggests home diltiazem, held per attending, escalated to attending co, pharmacy flag placed, hold dose. Her voice came out steady. Not for the room, it was empty, but for the thing listening at her throat. My name is Aria Bennett, she said softly. This is Manager Assist. This is what it does. Rosa's breathing came through the line in Aria's earbud, like wind in a small pass. We're live, she whispered. Spacebar switches from your neck to the screen. I'm recording both. When you see the edit, say the time. I'm stamping the hash. Copy, Aria said, because this was war, and they were borrowing its language. In the ballroom, the donor reel slid toward the montage of nurses smiling at sunrise. Noah's finger hovered above a triangle of plastic. People were clinking glasses. It would sound like hail in the recording. He saw Dr. Adele Morgan watching, not the screen. The room, as if measuring its oxygen, Noah pressed Alt in. The house lights dimmed and then shivered. The looped smiles froze mid-smile. The stage mic, cut with a soft pop, on the screen, not a legacy reel, but the pale interface of an internal hospital system swam into view. Manager Assist. A cursor hovered over a line about medication reconciliation. A small notification icon in the corner chirped Loki, that friendly, cheerful tone that had become the sound of something being rewritten to make the night quieter. For one heartbeat, no one understood what they were seeing. Then 100 shoulders stiffened at once. Brecker's pearls flashed as her head jerked toward the booth. Lang stood, half out of his chair, the way a man stands when he doesn't know whether to catch a falling object or pretend it isn't there. Hale turned slowly, dread moving across his face like weather first. A breeze, then a wind, then the thing that bends trees. Aria's voice entered the room clear, unadorned, the kind of voice that knows how to tell someone they are dying and make it about them, not you. When I write held per attending, escalated to attending, a patient stays safe. When Manager Assist applies per MD order after the fact, it moves the problem behind glass. Watch. Her cursor clicked the line. A text box opened, clarify, to standard, and the drop-down suggested the hospital's replacement sentences like polite masks. She didn't touch anything. She didn't need to. Loki chirped again, the admin cron running in the background. A scheduled sanitization like teeth clenching in sleep. The line on the screen shifted by itself, escalated to attending co-evaporating. Per MD order sliding into its place as if it had always been there. No human touched it, Arya said. It still changed. The ballroom made a sound like an intake of breath brought to scale. It moved like a wave through bodies in $1,000 fabrics. Doctor. Morgan took a step toward the stage, as if certain squares of carpet mattered more than others. Brecker said something to Lang that looked like, "Kill it!" Lang turned to the booth and made a slicing motion across his throat. In the booth, Noah saw the big red button pulse, neon in the dark. He didn't hit it. He moved a little to the left, so if someone came at the board, his body would make them reach farther. 6 seconds, he thought. 6 seconds is forever. On screen, the cursor blinked. Arya held the printed before up next to the after, the paper's shadow visible against the desk lamp's cone of light. Two versions of a single event looked at each other and argued about what had happened. Timestamp Ehidsam Nul Tselen Fam 43. Arya said, audit #7F3A. She didn't finish. Rosa didn't need the rest to match the ledger. The screen cut for a second to looped logos, the hospital seal doing a slow, satisfying spin, graphic designers earning their pay. Then it cut back. Noah's delay earned him a beat and he spent it, alt in again. Arya's face came up for the first time, the keycam catching her at a gentle angle, mouth set, eyes bright with the kind of fury that rejects volume, a watch chain glinting at her throat. We save lives at 3 a.m. with what we notice and what we say, she told 1,000 perfect chairs. If you make our noticing smaller and our saying smoother, people die quiet. Across the room, Marcus Hale began moving. Not fast, he didn't do fast. He did inevitable. 2 security staff materialized near the aisle, like thoughts becoming action. Hale lifted a hand and they held. On the screen, compliance desk. 2's email client bloomed by itself. Drafts opening snapshots of sanitize escalations and realign authorial attributions with Marcus H. In the sender line, CCs to legal and Dr. Morgan and sometimes Lang. A few to Patricia Sloan, please remind staff to adhere to standard phrasing, read chain of command. So reasonable it felt radioactive. Arya didn't narrate the emails. She let the sentences breathe their own acid. Tick tick, she said instead, softly, almost to herself, and tapped the pocket watch with her thumb. The mic picked it up in the hush. A metronome, clicking in a room that had been trained to forget rhythm. Tick tick. In the booth, a hand finally landed on Noah's shoulder. Another tech, pale with adrenaline. We have to cut, he hissed. We'll be fired. We're already fired, Noah said, not moving. This is just what we do on our last shift. Mr. Pierce. A new voice said from the doorway, cool, precise. Dr. Adele Morgan had come up to the booth on practical shoes. Breath even. She took in the scene hands, faders, the big red, nope, and looked at the screen. When she spoke, she didn't raise her voice. Leave it, she said. For 6 more seconds, Noah stepped aside so she could see the clock. He counted with her without speaking. 1. The paper next to the screen. Trauma in typography. 2. A donor's mouth. And a pearl lifting like a buoy. 3. Hale's face turning toward the glass of the booth with a smile that showed no teeth. 4. Elaine Park, stepping into the ballroom proper. a folder tucked under her arm like a blade. Eyes on Lang. 5. Patricia Sloane at the door of the corridor. Shoulders squared, as if weight just rolled off them into someone else's hands. 6. Rose's hands, poised over the spacebar like a pianist who knows when to stop. Then, as if the room had shouted enough, the screen went black not to logos, but to emergency signage. We are experiencing technical difficulties in a font that resented being used. House lights came up to an interrogatory white. The quartet froze mid-phrase. People looked around for a person to be the problem. Security found Aria instead. They reached her at the same time as Patricia. Patricia planted herself between Aria and the closest blazer. Like a person making a choice she should have made 10 years ago. She's with me, Patricia said, badge up, voice flat, and she's under Ombuds's protection for 72 hours during an active audit. She said it like a legal spell. Ms. Sloane. One guard protested, eyes flicking to Hale. Do you want to explain to Doc Morgan why you interfered with a protected witness? Patricia asked, louder, aiming the sentence. She didn't look back. She kept her eyes on the guard like an ICU nurse, willing a pressure to rise. Rosa appeared at Aria's elbow, as if teleportation were one more skill in her pocket. We have the recording, she whispered. 2 angles, off-site backup. If they take your phone, say thank you, and give them mine. Elaine was on the stage now, her heels set into the boards as if they were softer than they looked. She took the microphone out of its clip with a small, patient hand. Ladies and gentlemen, she said into the room that had stopped pretending. I'm Elaine Park, Hospital Ombuds. The board authorized an audit this afternoon. You've seen why. Lang strode toward the stage, as if walking on sentences. Kill the mic. He hissed at someone we couldn't see. No one killed the mic. Elaine continued. The feature you saw, Manager Assist, has been suspended, effective immediately. All post-signature changes must appear as addenda with attribution. A forensic review will begin at 0700 in Doc Morgan's office. If you have something to say it to me. A murmur ran through the crowd with a current in it: fear, relief, indignation, jostling elbows. Brecker raised her hand, not for a question but to stop a wind. This forum is not appropriate, she said, lawyerly pity smooth in her tone. It undermines the dignity of our donors and the integrity of our process. Counsel, Elaine said, I've spent a year asking quiet rooms to do the right thing. Tonight, I tried noisy. Hale at last put himself into a microphone. Let's remember compassion, he said, the word fitting him poorly. Ms. Bennett is a dedicated young nurse who feels strongly about her role. She's confused process for conspiracy. Our systems are complex. Sometimes the appearance of his mic cut, not from the booth, from the way Dr. Morgan took it out of his hand. Marcus, she said calmly, not entirely kindly. Stop. She turned to the room. What you saw is unacceptable. If it happened once, it's a mistake. If it happened often, it's a policy. We will know which by morning. Hale smiled. Small, of course, he said, and while we determine that, the appropriate action is to pause rash displays that security. Lang barked. 2 guards started forward again. Noah stepped out of the booth, down the stairs, and into their path, as if he were a piece of equipment too heavy to move. You'll want to check with fire code before you block that egress, he said, perfectly polite. It confused them just long enough for Janet, who had been hovering near the back like a storm waiting to precipitate, to reach Aria and close a hand around her box of belongings. Shoes, Janet said under her breath. I told you to wear shoes you can run in. I'm not running, Aria said. She didn't move. The floor under her feet felt different, still hard, but honest about it. She looked up at the screen now blank and thought about 6 seconds, about how long a heart can sit between beats and still forgive you. The watch kept time in her chest. Tick, tick. A phone chimed on the stage, Frederick Lang's. He glanced down, paled, just enough to be human, then looked at Hale with an expression that said, "This is bigger than you." He handed the phone to Dr. Morgan. Instead of answering it, she read the text. "Yaf setting," then lifted the microphone one last time. "There will be a press statement in the morning," she said. "Tonight, go home." The lights rose to daylight. Music died. People stood like plants that had been moved. The ballroom's oxygen changed. Security finally reached Arya. One took her elbow. It wasn't rough. Not exactly. It was inevitable. She turned to Elaine, who met her halfway and spoke without moving her lips. "Don't give them your phone. Don't say no comment. Say, I'll speak with the ombuds. Do not go anywhere that isn't full of people or microphone." "Copy," Arya said, "because in a war, you affirm the plan aloud." She looked for Rosa, already moving toward the service exit with a laptop under her jacket, like it was an organ for transplant. Patricia moved in the opposite direction, toward Hale. Shoulders lifted, steps light, like someone who had decided the worst thing had already happened. Hale watched Arya go with a look that was almost curiosity. "Who are you?" he asked, softly enough that only she could hear. "Someone with a dangerous family connection," Arya said without smiling. He blinked, confused. "To whom?" "To the truth," she said, and stepped into the static of a dozen expensive suits. They walked her not to a back room but toward the lobby, where a few reporters had materialized like mushrooms after rain. Local news, hungry interns with phones, a freelance whose camera looked older than Arya but better tended. Someone must have tipped them. Noah, probably, or a donor with a conscience itch. "Ms. Bennett," a young woman called. "Microphone up. Are you the nurse from the video?" "Do not say no comment," Elaine's voice repeated in her head. "I'll speak with the ombuds office," Arya said, steady. "The audit begins at 7. What's your message to donors?" Another shouted. She thought of smiling children on a loop, of starched money buying absolution in bulk, of a watch that belonged to a woman who wrote everything down like she could keep the world from erasing itself. "Don't donate to stories," Arya said. "Donate to systems that tell the truth." For the first time that night, a sound that wasn't outrage or panic filled the space. A single clap, Janet, then another. Noah, then a handful more, mismatched and real. It wasn't a standing ovation. It wasn't enough. It was sound. Out of the corner of her eye, Arya saw Dr. Morgan speaking to Counsel Brecker, with the kind of posture that tells the future which way to lean. She saw Lang looking at his phone again, a text chain that had become a threat. She saw Patricia hand something to Hale, a letter, then keep walking. Right past him, right out the revolving door, her face a mixture of terror and the particular relief that comes from making the mess public. Outside, the night had sharpened into cold that made breath visible and choices stark. Security released Arya under the portico, as if weather were a jurisdiction. Rosa slid into step beside her, laptop invisible now, replaced by a cinnamon pretzel that smelled like adolescence. "I stole this for you," she said. "I haven't earned a pretzel," Arya said. "You earned 2, Rosa replied, shoving it at her until she took it. "Also, Noah says he's fine." "Doctor," Morgan shielded him. He called her a 6-second saint. "Ovary." Arya tore a piece of pretzel and chewed without tasting. The watch ticked against her throat like it had been waiting to sprint. "They'll come harder now." "They already were," Rosa said. "The difference is, who's watching?" A rideshare pulled up to the curb, driver craning to see which version of the story he was picking up. Before Arya could decide where to go home, nowhere. Everywhere her phone buzzed. Unknown number. We need to talk. Not on Mercy email. Not on any email. Tonight. A second later, meet at the Ped Bridge over Lexington. 20 minutes. Come alone. Who? Rosa asked, reading her face. South Stairs. Aria said. Patricia's friend, or Patricia herself with a wig. Rosa Grima said. Go. I'll run the archives to Elaine. If I'm not home in an hour, assume I fell into a server. Text me when you're safe. Aria said. Define safe. Rosa said, then shook her head. Later. She squeezed Aria's arm. You were, wow. Was it enough? Wow. Aria asked, genuine question, cheeks burning with cold, and something like grief, for something she couldn't name. For Chapter 6, Rosa said, eyes bright. Yes, but this isn't a season finale. This is mid-season. They always bring a twist after the break. The ride share took Rosa. The revolving door spun strangers into the lobby and spit others out into the cold. Aria tucked the fob into her pocket like a talisman and started toward Lexington, the city humming under her shoe, the watch steadying her spine. Tick-tick. On the pedestrian bridge, a figure waited in the sodium vapor light, small, wrapped in a city coat, profile as familiar as an old shift. Janet. No. The figure turned. Patrick Hale, Marcus's younger brother, the hospital's deputy CFO, the one who rarely left spreadsheets to say anything to anyone, the one with the gentle eyes whose emails were always 6 words long and always ended with, thanks. Aria stopped 10 feet away. I expected someone else. I know, Patrick said, voice low, hands out where she could see them, like a man meeting a skittish animal. He wore no tie and a different kind of expression than his brother had perfected, something like regret, something like resolve worn thin. He held a USB drive between 2 fingers, like a peace offering. I'm your gray, he said. At least, I think I am. Wind pulled at the hem of his coat. Cars passed below, their headlights smearing the night into lines. The city held its breath. Tell me why you're here, Aria said. Patrick looked down at the little drive that could hold catastrophe or salvation or both. Because I've been the guy who moves numbers into the right columns, he said. And tonight, on a very big screen, I saw what it looks like when numbers move sentences. He lifted the drive a little. These are budget directives. Emails. How Manager Assist was pitched to the board as a cost control. Fewer hours on charting. Cleaner legal outcomes. His mouth twisted. A narrative accelerator. Why give them to me? She asked. Because I can't give them to my brother, he said. Not bitter, just accurate. And because you don't care who gets credit. He stepped forward and held out the drive. It gleamed in the streetlight. Cheap plastic suddenly heavy with plot. The pocket watch ticked under Aria's coat, then ticked again. A backbeat to a new rhythm. She didn't take it yet. This makes you a target. He nodded. I already am. He looked past her at the hospital, rising like a lit ship over the river of taxis. For a second, his face softened into something almost like love. Marcus said yes to a lot of things first, because he thought the building needed it. Patrick said, then because he liked the feeling. He shook his head once, very small. I'm not here to save him. Why are you here? She pressed. To save what we tell ourselves when we go to sleep, he said. Aria reached out and took the drive. It was warm from his hand. He took a step back and exhaled as if he'd been holding his breath for a decade. Elaine gets this, Aria said. Not me, not Rosa. Elaine, with a receipt, agreed. Patrick said, and Aria. He looked at her with a brother's eyes that had learned too much, too late. If he goes down, he will try to bring you with him. He will reach for the story that hurts the most. Make sure yours is louder. She nodded. He left without the drama of men who like exits. Just turned, walked into the wind, and became another body. making heat against winter. Arya stood on the bridge alone, the city's breath frosting the air, the pocket watch under her coat beating a small, stubborn song. Traffic murmured like blood somewhere behind her. In a ballroom, a looped logo spun itself to sleep. In her pocket, a black fob waited for a second use it might never get. In her other pocket, a cheap plastic drive held a fuse. She wanted to cry and couldn't find the place where tears begin. So she did the next true thing. She called Elaine Ombuds. Elaine answered, voice thinner now, tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. I have a new exhibit. Arya said, budget directives. How they sold the feature. She paused. It came from Patrick, not Marcus. Elaine whistled softly. Well, look at gray turn platinum, a rustle of paper. Meet me at the coffee shop with the moral superiority in 15. Back table. Will notarize. Duplicate. Ingest. And tuck under a grandmother. Copy. Arya said. And, Arya, Elaine added, you were brave tonight. That counts. Arya hung up before the sentence could land in the part of her that was raw. She turned and started walking, the city opening lanes, like a nurse opening a vein. As she hit the far side of the bridge, her phone buzzed again. This time, the name was one she knew too well. M. Hail Nice Show. Another text, here's mine. A link followed to a private site. Arya stopped walking. Her thumb hovered, and then, because open things are honest, even when they hurt, she tapped. The screen filled with a photograph, grainy, older, a hospital corredor. A younger Arya at a water fountain, scrubs wrinkled, hair escaping in curl, one hand pressed to her eyes. She recognized the night by the exhaustion in her shoulders. Her mother's last admission beneath the photo, a caption, unstable nurse breaks down on shift. A second photo loaded a shot of her mother's wrist with the pocket watch in her palm. Someone's hand, maybe Arya's in the frame. A note scrawled and misread. The implication ugly as mildew. Then a line of text. Are you sure you want to be loud? Her hands went cold enough to make the phone heavy. The watch beat against her skin like it wanted to punch something. Tick, tick. Her phone buzzed again. Rosa, you okay? She typed without looking away from the screen. He's going to try to make it about me. Rosa. Then we make it about the building. Arya took a breath so deep it found the bottom of her. She closed the link. She took a screenshot. She forwarded it to Elaine with a single line, exhibit fear. Chapter 7 would have to learn a new rhythm. Tonight had been the flip of a switch. Tomorrow would be the part where darkness tries to convince you it's romantic. She tucked the phone away, adjusted the watch chain so it lay warm against her sternum, and walked toward the coffee shop where documents got names that made them live longer than people. The city's neon blinked in a code she didn't know. The night held everything it always did. Sirens, steam, a saxophone 3 blocks away, practicing the bright, dangerous part of a song. Tick, tick, said the watch. Okay, said Arya. Again. The coffee shop on Lexington wore its virtue, like a cardigan reclaimed wood, chalkboard manifestos. Tip jar that said, for truth, in a hand that wanted to be believed. At the back table, Elaine Park had already colonized the corner with a legal pad, 2 pens, a portable scanner, and a travel notary stamp that looked like a good luck charm for people who worship documents. She'd taken off her blazer. Under it, a plain gray sweater made her look softer than her voice. Arya slid into the chair across from her. Rosa was still en route to the server farm with the footage. Outside, the city exhaled radiators and regret. Let me see it, Elaine said. Arya put the USB on the table like a weapon surrendered. Elaine didn't touch it yet. Instead, She pulled a fresh page close. Chain of custody, she murmured, writing the phrase at the top like a spell. Who? What? Where? When? Patrick Hale, Aria said, Deputy CFO, Bridge over Lexington. 20 minutes ago. Says, it's budget directives, emails, board decks, how they sold Manager Assist as a cost control and legal shield. Elaine's pen posed. Patrick, she repeated, half to herself. Color me surprised in dove gray. She stamped the page and finally picked up the drive with 2 fingers, as if it might either burn or float. She slipped it into her own encrypted reader, then into her laptop. The little LED blinked alive, tick-tick oddly in rhythm with the watch under Aria's coat. Before we crack it open, Elaine said, eyes on the drive, but mind on Aria. Marcus texted you. Aria pulled out her phone, opened the smear site. The grainy photo of her at the water fountain glowed in the cafe's warm light, young, exhausted, rough. The caption, a lie that aimed for a truth-shaped wound, sat there, smug. Elaine scanned it and exhaled through her nose. They never go for the science first, she said. They go for the body that holds it. He's going to make it about me, Aria said. Her exterior still even. Inside, the floor sloped. My mother, that night, the night you stayed, Elaine said softly. Aria's jaw tightened. She hadn't told Elaine the whole of it, but the pocket watch at her throat ticked like memory. Her mother's palm, warm and then less so. The handwritten note the world misread because it wanted a villain and a headline. We'll meet it, Elaine said. On our terms. She slid the laptop toward her and clicked the drive open. Folders bloomed with tidy names. Board, Deck, 19. Ops, Efficiency, Narrative, Alignment, MA, Pilot, Budget. Elaine's mouth went into a line. She opened MA. Pilot. Budget. A spreadsheet appeared. Cells like an acre of tiled ceiling. In column D, projected clinician hours saved per Q2. Sanbei. In column E, legal exposure reduction percent 17. The notes column contained sentences that wore their ugliness in suits. Narrative variance confuses stakeholders. Centralize phrasing. Reduce fingerprint of individual authorship to promote team coherence. Minimize whistle events by aligning post-signature language with risk templates. Elaine turned the screen so Aria could see, and for once, Elaine let the lawyer voice crack. They budgeted ethics like paper towels, she said. She clicked Open Narrative. Alignment. PowerPoint slides with approving clip art. A hand smoothing wrinkled fabric. A boardroom smiling at a graph. Slide 8. Risk language tree. A decision flow withheld per attending on the branch that ended in green. Escalated to attending dead ended in yellow with a red exclamation point next to liability aura. The phrase was so obscene it felt euphemistic. Elaine took a breath, found her center. Okay, we don't leak this. Not yet. Aria blinked. We file it, Elaine said, with the State Health Department urgent petition, with the Office of Civil Rights for alteration of clinical records, with the AG's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit if any charting touches reimbursement, and internally, we present it at 0 to 7 in Dr. Morgan's war room. You make the case. I wrap it in statutes. We force them to choose on paper. A shadow crossed the table. Patricia Sloan slid into the booth beside Aria, hair pinned simply, a coat still on like she hadn't decided whether she belonged to inside or out. The tired around her eyes was a different species than the usual kind, part fear, part lightness. I resigned, she said without greeting. Effective immediately. She set a letter on the table. paper already creased like it had been folded and unfolded on 1,000 elevator rides. In the second paragraph, I describe Manager Assist as a post-signature language alignment tool, and then I call that description fraud. Elaine read it, eyes scanning like a scanner can feel. "It's good," she said. "It's you." Patricia nodded. "I've also sent you my private email archive. The phrases make my teeth itch." She looked at Arya. "If I'm subpoenaed, I'll say what I should have said a year ago." She hesitated. "He'll try to take my pension. Then we tie your statements to protected activity under the whistleblower statute." Elaine said, "And we lodge an injunction if he tries. Losing that money would be a sacrifice." Patricia's smile was small and careful, like a fragile thing held in light. "I already lost the sleep it could buy." Arya reached and put her hand over Patricia's. "Thank you," she said. The phrase felt too small for scale. "Don't thank me," Patricia murmured. "Point me." Elaine's phone buzzed. "Noah," she answered. "Are you okay?" "Define okay," Noah said, voice wry with adrenaline crash. "Badge deactivated." Security walked me to the sidewalk like I might steal a spotlight. "Dr. Morgan intercepted." She said, "I'm on administrative leave pending AV process review." I told her my process is press a button when someone else tells you to press a button. She didn't smile. Then she said 6 seconds was enough. Elaine's eyes flicked to Arya. "You have medical insurance through Mercy. For 12 more days," he said. "I'll make them count. We'll cover you if they don't." Arya said. It came out before she decided it should. She meant it with the part of her that counts, shifts in breaths. "Tell the watch," I said. "Good night," Noah said, and hung up. They worked until the coffee went cold, and a barista turned the music from jazz to a playlist labeled Close. Elaine notarized the chain of custody sheet, cloned the drive to 2 encrypted copies, sealed one in a Tivic envelope, had Patricia sign across the seal. It felt like ritual as engineering. When they stepped out into the 2 a.m. cold, the city had changed key. Steam curled out of subway grates like exhausted genies. Above them, Mercy Heights' lit windows looked like an advent calendar with too many days open. 4 hours. Elaine said, "Breath, visible. Go home. Shower. Bring your watch and your nerve." Arya nodded. Marcus sent a second link. She said, almost casually. Elaine's head snapped. "To what?" "My mother's last night." Arya said, the words fit in her mouth like a coin. "A photo. A caption. He wants to make me a story. He knows how to win." Elaine's posture shifted. Lioness in a cardigan. "Then we choose the story first. I'm not saying do this. I'm saying it's an option." She took a breath. "You could volunteer it. Tell it yourself before he can distort it. Turn the blade into a handle." The thought made Arya's throat hot. The pocket watch ticked like a metronome trying to keep a pianist from falling apart. It was the only thing she wore at the end. Arya said, "The note people read it wrong. I wrote hold, not withhold. He'll pretend he can't tell the difference. Then we show them," Elaine said, "in your handwriting, in hers. We let the room hear how a life sounds when it ends bravely." Patricia squeezed Arya's arm once and disappeared east. Coat hunched, a woman walking through cold and toward consequence. Elaine headed south, phone already lit with statute. Arya walked west. The city yielded to the bloodstream of dawn. In her apartment, Rosa had left a note on the counter under a stack of thumb drives. "Backup X3, one in the freezer behind ice cream." "Yes. It stays safe." "No. Don't eat it." Next to it, a sticky that only said, "You got this. Also hydrate." Arya showered hot and then cold like the military does it in movies. She didn't sleep. She sat at the small table by the window, with the watch laid in her palm, chain pooling like a second vein. She pulled a box from her closet, her mother's papers, the good ones and the bad. The last note, folded 100 times, unfurled into her lap. The telling H in hold, curved like mercy. She set it next to a photograph of a woman with hands like hers laughing at a picnic table, plastic cup in one hand and eye crinkles paid in full. At 6:40, her phone buzzed. Janet, heading in. Heard there's a war room. I brought nurses who don't scare when men use the word protocol like it's a weapon. Thank you, Aria typed, and then wear flats. Always. Janet sent back. At 6:58, Aria walked into Mercy Heights by the staff entrance, not the front where the marble makes its own weather. Her badge beeped yellow, then green. Elaine's message to facilities must have landed. Security watched her like theater. They hadn't bought tickets to. On the 12th floor, Dr. Adele Morgan's conference room had been stripped of catering and optimism. A whiteboard along one wall glowed blank. The long table held carafes, paper cups, and the feeling that something would break that couldn't be glued again. Dr. Morgan stood at the head, hair clipped back, face that species of calm that warns of a storm that has chosen a direction. Frederick Lang sat at the end like a man who owns chairs. Counsel Brecker flanked him. Pearls today. The Muir mat. Marcus Hale arrived late enough to assert that time took his calls. He didn't look at Aria. He looked through the glass at the city, and the city declined to look back. Patrick slipped in behind him and took a seat against the wall, eyes down. The set of his shoulders different than yesterday, lighter and heavier at once. Elaine entered with the Tyvek envelope, the chain of custody page, and a stack of statutory printouts so thick they could stop a small bullet. She set everything down, nodded to Dr. Morgan. Thank you for coming. Dr. Morgan said, voice pitched for anesthetic low. Calm, honest. We're here to decide if Mercy Heights tells the truth when it's inconvenient. Hale's smile was museum grade. We're here to avoid theatrics and ensure facts aren't. Dr. Morgan lifted a hand. He stopped. It was a small miracle, and the room felt it. Elaine spoke. We have potentially unlawful post-signature alteration of clinical language by a system marketed as Manager Assist. We have budget presentations describing narrative alignment as risk reduction. We have emails encouraging the removal of individual attribution fingerprints. She slid the Tyvek across to Dr. Morgan. Exhibits. Lang steepled his fingers. Even if alterations occurred, he said, this is process, not intent. We are a learning organization. Then learn fast. Elaine said. Dr. Morgan opened the envelope, slid out the printouts Elaine had made. Her eyes moved. Her jaw did not. She tapped a finger beside liability aura like she wanted the page to apologize. Ms. Bennett, she said without looking up, tell me what happens on a floor at 3 a.m. when a sentence gets smooth. Aria kept her voice even. She felt the watch in her palm, warmth and weight. At 3 a.m., a nurse writes what she sees. That line can be a fuse or a firebreak. When you replace escalated to attending with pair MD order, you turn the fuse into a silk ribbon. It looks nice. It burns slower. It still burns to the same place. Only now, it's impossible to tell who struck the match. Brecker's pen scratched, and you're proof that any harm occurred. Aria set her printed before next to the after screen capture and slid them across the table to Brecker like tarot. Harm is not just a body in a morgue. Harm is a system that tells itself a flatter story and calls it healing. Hale leaned back, eyes on Lang, a silent municipal vote. We're conflating automation with malfeasance. he said lightly. The feature was approved through the Safety and Quality Committee. Patrick lifted his head. Marcus, he said quietly. It cut through Hale's sentence like a scalpel that has learned where to press. Slide 8. Hale didn't turn. Patrick did it for him. He stood, crossed to the projector, and put up the risk language tree. The word liability aura looked worse at 7 feet tall. He cleared his throat. This was my deck, he said, voice steady but not loud. I wrote it under directive. That doesn't make it less mine. Lang's mouth tightened into money. You're admitting to. I'm admitting to cowardice, Patrick said, and the words sounded like it cost him less than he'd expected. And I'm trying to fix one thing before I go under a bus that my brother will pretend he didn't drive. The room shifted. Hale's eyes flicked to Patrick, surprise, rearranging his face for a second, before resuming its trained composure. Doctor, Morgan looked at Elaine. What are my options? Law first. Elaine, ready, handed her a bulleted page. Immediate suspension of manager assist and any similar alignment features. Luck audit log. Notify state. Bind preserve to legal. Initiate independent forensic review with no reporting line to compliance. Temporary reinstatement of any staff disciplined for refusing to align language. Ombuds to run a protected listening session today at 1300. Brecker opened her mouth and Dr. Morgan, again, lifted her hand. And ethics, she asked. Elaine's mouth softened. An apology, she said. Not a branded one, a human one. Hale laughed before he could stop himself. It sounded like a fork hitting tile. An apology invites litigation. Not apologizing causes it. Elaine replied, and it deserves to. Silence. Then Janet spoke from the doorway where she'd appeared without anyone admitting her. She had 3 nurses behind her, each with a badge and a face that said, tired and done. The night Mr. Chen almost tanked, Janet said, we saved him because Arya wrote what she saw. If you train us to write what you wish she'd seen, you should start telling families to bring a lawyer to visiting hours. Hale's mouth pressed into benevolence. We respect our nurses, he said. We simply can't let individual narratives jeopardize. Stop, Doctor, Morgan said a third time, and it was not a suggestion. She turned to Arya. Last thing, she said, voice lower. He's going to go after you. He already has. Arya nodded once. Her fingers worried the watch chain unconsciously. The tick-tick a wire pulled taut. Do you want us to release a statement defending your integrity? Doctor, Morgan asked. Arya swallowed. Here it was the line on the floor that once crossed can't be uncrossed. She reached into her bag, pulled out the folded note, the photograph, the photocopy of her own hold scribble, and the medication order that had been misunderstood by a man who sells misunderstanding like air. She set them in the center of the table, not like evidence, not yet, but like something a family passes around on a holiday to remember who they are. Release this, she said. Her voice shook once, then found itself. If he's going to make my mother a weapon, I will make her a witness. Elaine's face softened. Janet's chin lifted. Patrick closed his eyes for a second and opened them with water brighter than he wanted. Hale watched the note land in the middle of a table he thought was his. He smiled as if he'd planned the weather. You're overplaying, he said. The public doesn't care about handwriting. Then maybe we stop asking the public to do all our moral work. Doctor, Morgan said. She turned to Lang. Frederick. Lang considered the ceiling, as if looking for a number written by God. He lowered his gaze to Dr. Morgan, then to Arya, then to the little watch that ticked and ticked like a metronome trying to time a heartbeat. Suspend the feature, he said at last, reluctant as a man prying dollars from his own fist. Notify state. PR drafts a holding statement that admits process failure without conceding liability. Brecker bristled. We should draft it, Lang said. Not looking at her, Hale's eyes turned to knives, then spoons. He reached for a tone that used to work. Adele, think about the campaign. The donors. I'm thinking about medicine. Doctor, Morgan said, and for the first time Elaine saw something dangerous and holy in her steel with a pulse. The campaign can survive a wound. A patient can't. She stood. The motion was small. The effect was tectonic. We convene in 90 minutes with the independent forensic contractor on video and the state listening in, she said. Mr. Hale, you will provide full credentials to audit. If I catch even a whisper of a deleted log, I will call the Attorney General before I finish my sentence. Hale measured her. The room watched two professionals take each other's measure without a sound. Then he nodded once, a king lending a coin to a republic. As the meeting broke, people moved on new axes. Janet squeezed Aria's elbow, a smile quick and unphotogenic. Patrick approached Aria with his hands in his pockets, his voice pitched small enough to hide in the spaces between. He'll escalate, he said. He doesn't know how not to. I know, Aria said. Be louder, he said, and left. Elaine gathered the note and the photocopies, slid them into a clear sleeve, like a picture frame. For the truth, you sure? She asked one last time, giving Aria a line back if she wanted it. Aria touched the watch. She thought of her mother counting ceiling tiles, of writing hold. Because it buys time, and sometimes time buys a life. Yes, she said, if it costs me anything, that means it was mine to give. Outside, the day finally broke a weak January light that looked honest, because it couldn't pretend to be more. In the lobby, a news crew set up next to a ficus that had outlived 3 CEOs. Security kept their distance in a way that read as instruction. Mercy Heights vibrated with a frequency that felt like fear trying to become integrity. On the mezzanine, Noah leaned over the rail like a man between jobs with nowhere else to be. He waved at Aria, pointed to his chest, then made the 6-finger sign and a halo. She smiled despite everything. Her phone buzzed. Rosa State server received your video. Hashes match. Loki tried to chirp. I slapped it. See you at 1 for the listening session. Wear armor. Kidding. Kind of. Aria sent back a heart and an old school :parentheses. Because sometimes sincerity works better when it's low res. She took the stairs 2 at a time, feet, knowing the path by muscle and memory. At the landing, Marcus Hale waited with a face that had learned new math. He didn't block her. He stepped aside, an imitation of grace. You're very good, he said softly. It sounded like admiration and threat had a baby. I had practice, Aria said. He nodded at the watch. Tick-tock, he said. It's tick-tick, she corrected. Bombs do the other one. He almost laughed. You ever wonder, he murmured, if the story you're telling about villains makes it too easy to be right? All the time, she said, which is why I write the story down. She walked past him into a corridor that smelled like coffee and antiseptic, the light too bright to be flattering and perfect for work. Behind her, down in the lobby, a camera's red tally light clicked on, somewhere above. Servers hummed and resisted polite erasure. Around here, nurses moved in a choreography that saves more people in a week than a campaign saves in a year. The watch kept time. Tick-tick. Aria squared her shoulders and headed for the next room, where the truth would not feel like a victory, not yet, but like a rung on a ladder inside a burning house. Outside, on Lexington, the wind shifted. Inside, someone in billing sent an email that would become Exhibit B. In the war room, Dr. Morgan poured coffee for the forensic contractor and didn't spill a drop. The day had started. The ledger was open. Billionaires o'clock. The daylight over Lexington had the weary cast of an honest witness. On the 12th floor, Conference B, rebranded in the email as listening room, had been stripped of its corporate swagger. No crystal pitchers, no walnut tray of warmed croissant, just folding chairs, a circle, a box of tissues, and a placard on the door that said, Ombud Session Confidential, in a font that wished it were a promise. Aria stood just inside the threshold, watch warm against her sternum, its chain salted with the steam off her breath. Elaine lingered near a side wall, legal pad closed. Pen capped a lawyer trying on the discipline of not speaking. Janet settled into a chair with the heavy carefulness of someone who'd worked 12 hours before deciding to keep going. Behind her came 3 night shifters with mismatched scrubs and the 1,000-yard stare of people who have counted heartbeats that didn't keep their end of the bargain. Dr. Adele Morgan arrived last. Alone, hands empty, she took a seat in the circle like any other body. The Ombuds, a compact woman in a navy cardigan, who introduced herself simply as Kaya, folded herself into the facilitator's chair. Ground rules, she said. We speak from our own experience. We don't interrupt. No recording devices, phones in the basket. Please. We stop if it hurts too much. We stop if it hurts too little. There was a soft peal of chuckles. Then phones clattered like coins into confession. Even Aria surrendered hers, and felt strangely bare without the hum of being reachable. Kaya nodded to her. You asked for this room. Aria drew one breath like she meant to keep it. I wrote what I saw, she said, and something changed it after I signed. She looked at her own hands, as if they might testify. I'm not the only one. Janet's voice went first, even and sandpapered. I charted escalated to attending at 0212. At 03, the line read, held per attending. I told myself I'd misremembered. 2 years ago, that would have been a patient safety report. Last month, it was a sticky note. I took off the chart because I got tired of getting punished for being right. A younger nurse, Amina, spoke next. Words quick, but careful. I told a daughter her mom's delirium was probably med-induced, not behavioral. Next day, the after-visit summary said, behavioral non-compliance. Daughter yelled at me in the lobby. I thought maybe I'd broken reality. Not the printer, a respiratory therapist, a pharmacist, a resident with new creases between his eyes. The stories stacked, small catastrophes reduced to linguistic weather. Each one, a degree of heat added to a room whose thermostat had been set to benign for years. When it was Patricia Sloane's turn, she didn't stand. They pitched it to me as an efficiency tool, she said, voice trimmed of self-pity and fat. I said yes because I wanted to protect staff. I looked at a column called Variance. I stopped looking at faces. That's how you become a system instead of a person. Across the circle, Marcus Hale had come in and taken a chair like he was doing the room a favor. He waited long enough for civility to count. You're describing automation bias, he said, soothing as a museum audio guide. It happens when humans over-defer to software. The tools should be retrained. We don't need a bonfire. We need a patch. Kaya's eyebrow arched half a degree. Thank you for your perspective, she said, dry as saltines. Right now we're hearing the cost. Aria coughed once, the kind that precedes jumping. My mother's handwriting is in the record, she said to the circle, not to Marcus. People are reading it wrong on purpose. He wants me to be a headline. Something in the room leaned toward her, like chairs could breathe. My mother's note uses the word hold. Aria continued. She drew out the photocopy, palm steady, and passed it to Kaya. The paper traveled clockwise hands, setting it down lightly. eyes landing as if on a small animal. I know what it says. Aria went on. Voice flatter now. More steel than velvet. I know what it cost her to write it. If I let him make it into something else, I don't deserve to carry this watch. Someone sniffed. Someone else made the kind of noise people make when they find a shard of themselves in a stranger's mouth. Kaya returned the document to Arya with 2 hands, like you hand a person a folded flag. Thank you, she said, and the words were not small. The door swung open. Elaine stood, halfway apology, halfway alarm. She held a sheet a receptionist had sprinted up from the lobby press table, a glossy printout of a web page. Logo. Red as profanity. A freeze frame of Arya's face. The caption in fake sober font, "Nurse who withheld order now leads insurrection." Kaya's fingers flared as if she'd catch the page on principle. "Phones are in a basket for a reason," she said. "It's already in the lobby." Elaine murmured. 10 reporters and an antenna. Across the circle, Hale's mouth flexed into its professional sadness. "I tried to warn everyone that going public invites Dr. Morgan's voice cut in, low enough to tame dogs. "No." Hale blinked. "No. No. You don't get to say I told you so when the harm was yours to prevent," she said, not looking at him. Then she pivoted and faced the room. The chief, for whom the floor had stopped liking titles and started liking choices. "I greenlit the pilot," she said. The admission dropped into the circle like a coin into deep water, no splash, only the suggestion of pressure. "I did it because donors wanted dashboards, because I believed we could tame risk with phrasing, because I wanted to keep the doors open. I thought if we were careful, no one would get hurt." Her eyes found Arya's and didn't look away. "I was wrong. If anyone needs me to resign to believe the next thing I say, I will." Janet's chair creaked as she shifted. The young resident gave a tiny, involuntary nod. Hale watched a chessboard only he could see. "Don't resign," Amina said, quiet and non-negotiable. "Fix it with us watching." Kaya breathed in, breathed out. "That's emotion," she said. "All in favor of stay and fix." Hands rose. "Not all." "Enough." Opposed. "A few." One was Marcus. One was a pharmacist who'd aged 20 years overnight. Democracy smelled like disinfectant. A sharp knock at the glass, the kind of knock urgency uses when it's pretending to be polite. Rosa stood there, hair stuffed under a knit cap that said, "No gone, no bugs." She held her phone up like a flare. Kaya cracked the door. "Emergency," Rosa said in a stage whisper that carried. "Our vendor just pushed a maintenance window. 3 p.m. Job on the server labeled Echo Prime Purge Ghosts SH. They scheduled it last week. It wipes diff logs." Elaine was already moving. "Hand out for the phone. Who has credentials?" "Noah," Rosa said, except they yanked his badge. "He's in the basement. Told security he left his coffee mug. He's trying for physical console." Kaya looked at Arya. Not a chief, not a lawyer. Arya, the one who wrote what she saw and showed up for the listening. "We can adjourn," Kaya said, "or we can witness and act. Your call." Arya's heart did that arrhythmic shimmy that precedes the hard decision turning into muscle memory. She stood, "Witness and act," she said. They broke the circle like a careful ritual reversed. Phones returned to pockets, with a scramble of buzzing agencies calling, siblings texting. One screen showing a headline blooming like a bruise. 2:11 p.m. The basement had the smell of old paint and damp ambition. Fluorescents flickered, turning every second into a coin toss. The data services door sat at the end of the soffit corridor, badge reader blinking with the patience of a dog. Noah's head popped from behind a half-open telecom rack, hair messed by static and urgency. Somebody asked for a manual, he said, half grin intact, eyes too bright. They shouldn't have. Rosa slid a thumb drive into his palm. Bootable image. Forensic setup. Right block. If the script runs, we still have what we need. Elaine kept lookout at the hallway corner, posture casual enough to kick a custodian's mop if required. Arya stood with her back to the utility sink and watched the second hand on the wall clock behave like a metronome that wanted to be a timer. Noah cracked the server case with the reverence of a mechanic opening a car he'd learned to drive in. He snaked cables, cursed under his breath, murmured to the machine like it had stage fright. "And we're up," he said softly, as a BIOS screen materialized with the cruelest shade of teal ever designed. Rosa's phone vibrated. She winced. "Hale just posted a statement," she said. "Calls the feature experimental phrasing assistance and blames automation drift. Says a small group is politicizing misinterpretations. Also, he attached your water fountain picture, Aria, with a link to a Whisper Network forum." Elaine didn't look up. "Document the post URL, the timestamp, and the metadata. Then I'm going to teach the Attorney General a new phrase, anticipatory spoliation." Footsteps. A shadow elongated under the door. Arya held still, heat sliding down her spine. The knob twitched, then turned. The door opened and Dr. Morgan stepped in with Security Officer Baines, who looked like an oak, got tired of being a tree. "We keep this room clear," Dr. Morgan said to Baines, unblinking. "Anyone tries to get cute with a power cycle, you show them my badge. And then you show them the state on line 1. Baines nodded once, the kind of once that makes a person regret bad choices they haven't made yet. Noah glanced up at the BIOS clock. 2:49, he said softly. 10-minute buffer. He started the right block image. The console painted lines of text like a prayer in an old language. Rosa watched hashes, scroll, and whispered, "Good girl," to the server like a midwife. At 2:56, the fluorescent above them flickered twice and steadied, the kind of omen that could be weather or intention. Somewhere on the floor above, an alarm trilled once and stopped systems clearing their throats. At 2:59, the main lights cut. For the length of a blink, the room went total, visceral dark. Then the red emergency bars licked alive, washing the walls in an underworld glow. The server hummed on backup power, steady as a liturgy. The door slammed someone outside, but Baines's oak silhouette wedged into the jam. "Stay on it, Doctor," Morgan called over the sudden hum of generators surfacing like whales. "Do not stop for anything short of a fire with a name." Noah's fingers moved by muscle and nerve. He clicked, tabbed, typed. "Finalize image," he said. "Come on, sweetheart, come on." The console spit a line. "Image complete. Hash. 9th. Viney do. Ob." Rosa took a photo of the screen with the forensic timestamp app. Upper lip. Damp with adrenaline and too many hours of coffee. "Bag it," she said. "Now." Noah ejected the drive, slid it into the anti-static sleeve, then into a Tyvek envelope. Elaine stepped forward with tape and a chain of custody form like a field medic with gauze. Arya signed. Noah signed. Dr. Morgan signed last, hand rock steady. Then the server's front panel blinked an amber eye. The console spat more text. Rosa's mouth flattened. "Purge. Ghosts. SH. Initiated by SVC. Admin," she read. "Permission denied." A second line. SVC. Admin escalated privileges via emergency token. And Noah swore, "They're trying to root around us." Elaine's phone buzzed against her palm. She glanced and her face recalibrated. AG's office, she said. They're downstairs. She put the call on speaker. You're on with 4 witnesses and a chain of custody. A crisp voice filled the red-lit room. Hold your position. Do not power anything down. We are 5 minutes out. A shadow detached from the corridor beyond Baines's shoulder. Marcus Hale stepped into the wash of the emergency bars, his face the color of expensive paper, ruined by red. Counsel Brecker stood a step back, jaw hinged shut. Adele, Hale said, like a man making an offer from a cliff, tell them to stop. You will blow up this hospital to score a point. He glanced at Arya. And she will use her mother as a match. Arya felt the watch burn like a metal. My mother was a person, she said. You set the fire when you thought no one would see it. Hale's temper finally cracked its shell. You don't understand what keeps these doors open, he hissed. You don't understand what it costs. Doctor, Morgan's voice was measured like a pulse. I am learning the price in real time. Turns out it's less than the price of our soul. The console blinked another line. Purge. Ghosts. Failed. System locked by external hold. Rosa's laugh came out like a bark, astonished and feral. That's the state, she breathed. They just put a digital boot on our tire. Hale looked, for the first time, like a person who had walked into a room, certain the furniture would be where he left it, and found only air. He turned to go, then turned back, a man remembering one last card in a deck that had already betrayed him. Patrick, he said, voice pitched to carry through the door. Don't forget who signs. The door behind Baines opened a crack. Patrick was there, hair damp, face lit by fire engine red. He looked at Hale like you. Look at weather that lied to you. Found the donor memo, he said, to no one in particular, and everyone. From the Stuyvesant Foundation, they attached a condition to their gift. Reduce variance or lose the wing. You sold the roof to buy an umbrella. Brecker exhaled a single syllable of profanity that never made it to whole word. Sirens doppered faintly from the street. Wheels squeaked. Voices ricocheted. The AG team was almost here. Then, above them, a sound. No hospital loves Code Blue Cardiology Room 1208. Code Blue. The radio on Baines's shoulder crackled it again, official and unkind, all over the building. Feet already moving. Moved faster. Arya turned to Dr. Morgan. I'm closest, she said. Go, Doctor. Morgan answered, without looking away from Hale. Write down what you see. Arya ran. Red light made the corridor into a submarine. Her shoes slapped a rhythm that matched the watch's tick long enough to feel like a duet. On 12, the world snapped back to operating wattage backup systems. Knew where to be important. She hit 1,208 hard. Inside Mr. Laird, a post-op vulva replacement, gray around the mouth, monitor screaming in a tone humans learn to hate in utero. His daughter, the one who'd cried in Arya's alcove, pressed herself flat to the wall, eyes wide, with the recognition of a woman she'd been told to distrust by a website she'd never loved. Bag valve mask, Arya said. Already at the head of the bed, Amina slid in with oxygen and hands that knew their own choreography. Epi ready, someone else said. Arya tilted, sealed, squeezed. The sternum rose under her palms like something drowning, remembering how to be a boat. The daughter stared, tears competing with fury. Are you the... she began, then stopped, because her father's chest moved, then moved again. Arya didn't look up. Ma'am, she said between counts, you can hate me later. Right now, I need you to tell me if your dad ever had Wolf Parkinson White. The daughter blinked, processing. Yes, she said, when he was 19. Copy. Arya called out the rhythm change she saw on the monitor. Doctor, Chen burst through the door with pads and certainty. "Good catch," she said without looking at Arya, because sometimes hierarchy is just a short way of saying two people who know how to dance. The heart remembered itself. The room exhaled. The daughter slid down the wall to a sitting, shaking thing and sobbed into her own sleeves. She looked up at Arya with an expression that had misplaced hate and found blankness. "Thank you," she said. The words dragged like stones from a river. Arya stepped back, sweat prickling, and in her breast pocket the watch ticked, indifferent to whether that last minute had been victory or reprieve. She touched it once and left the room to the rhythms that follow a victory, small enough only insiders would ever know its size. In the basement, the Attorney General's team had arrived, blue windbreakers that looked like theater and badges that were not. They fanned into data services and took custody with the tenderness of people who love paper. One agent read out the hash aloud like a litany. Another asked Noah his middle name twice, which made him smile like a kid in trouble whose parents arrived in time. Hale had shifted into a different performance, the one where he promised reform with the open misery of a man allegedly misunderstood. Brecker kept touching her pearls, like the beads might reconfigure cause and effect. Patrick stood aside with his hands folded at his waist like a penitent or a parent at a school play. He didn't expect to enjoy and did. "Doctor," Morgan turned to the lead agent. "We will cooperate fully," she said. "I'm also requesting a parallel ethics review, not because it protects us, because it tells our staff we intend to be different tomorrow." "Noted," the agent said, and it sounded like the kind of "noted" that goes into paper that breathes. Arya reappeared at the threshold, hairline damp, mouth set. Hale saw her and smiled, a small, vicious smile of someone who had just remembered an angle. "How many minutes did your mother have?" he said softly, way too softly, "when you decided hold was the right." Elaine crossed the space between thought and movement. "Say her mother's name again," she said, voice at a temperature steel envies. "And I will make sure the only board you sit on is taped to your wrists." Silence, the server hummed. The red lights gentled to a less apocalyptic wash as the main grid took back responsibilities somewhere upstairs. A volunteer piano program restarted Claire de Lune, hopeful in a way that made the old nurses roll their eyes and breathe easier. Kaya stepped to the edge of the room, hands in her sweater pockets. "We're reconvening the listening session at 4, she announced as if to herself, as if to the building, "because hearing is a thing you do until—" Arya looked at Dr. Morgan. "Stay and fix?" she asked. "Stay and fix, Doctor," Morgan said, and tried on a smile that didn't fit her face yet, and would. Noah held up the Tyvek envelope like a valentine from a difficult god. "We got the ghosts," he said, "at least enough of them." Rosa shoved her hands into her jacket and sighed the sigh of a person whose adrenaline lease had come due. "Now, we make them talk." A text buzzed on Arya's phone. "Unknown number. You don't know who you're messing with." She stared at it. She typed back, "I keep a list." She didn't hit send. She put the phone away. Some replies belonged to the next chapter, or the next life. On the loading dock, a gust of January knifed in and slapped the stacks of courier envelopes like a kindly threat. In the lobby, the red tally light on a camera went dark. The reporter scratched out a new intro, realizing gravity had shifted mid-sentence. In the chapel, a cleaning woman stood with her back to a stained glass heart and ate a clementine the way miracles are supposed to be eaten slowly, with juice on your knuckles. At the service elevator, Patrick pressed the button and waited next to Arya. The light above the doors burned a tired amber. "I didn't think he'd go that far," he said, It wasn't an apology. It wasn't not. He always would, Arya said, not unkindly. Patrick nodded, throat working. I handed over my resignation, he said. No parachute. I'll testify. You'll lose your health insurance. Arya said, do the right thing. Eat ramen, he said. Half grin, then sobered. My wife is worried. Arya touched the watch. Then the elevator arrived with a sigh. Ramen's not so bad, she said. We'll bring broth. They stepped inside. The doors slid shut on the basement's red glow, and for 2 seconds the world was their faces in a metal panel, their breaths visible, their choices heavy and light. Between floors, the car jerked once, then smoothed. Somewhere above them, the hospital made a new sound, one you only hear when a building has chosen a side. The doors opened on 12. Marcus Hale stood waiting with a smile that had nothing to do with teeth. Behind him, 2 men in suits. You couldn't buy retail and expressions you couldn't describe to a child. Ms. Bennett, Hale said, almost tender, you're under investigation for violation of IT security protocols. Arya looked at the men, at their badges, at the space between all of them that might someday be called a hallway, and for now was an arena. Then let's listen, she said. Behind her breastbone, the watch went tick-tick, not a countdown, a keeping. They walked Arya to a windowless conference room, with a table that looked like it had been built to outlast marriages. Fluorescence buzzed and insects hymned, and the thermostat made a faint ticking that almost matched the watch against her sternum. The 2 men with Marcus Hale introduced themselves as Internal Audit and Corporate Security, titles shaved of names like the faces behind them, had personal liability to protect. Elaine arrived seconds later, hair barely settled from the sprint, badge already clipped to her blazer like a warning label. Before anyone says the word interview, she said, laying a legal pad down the way a detective sets a gun, we're invoking whistleblower protections under state statute and federal law. My client will not answer questions outside the scope of the Attorney General's ongoing inquiry, and we will be recording on our device. Hale smiled like a man fondling a silk noose. We're simply clarifying today's breach. Counselor, your client was observed in data services without authorization. She was present for a lawful preservation of evidence, Elaine replied, tone a doctor uses for a stubborn relative, with the chief of surgery, security, and your signature on the vendor contract, blinking purge, ghosts, she, like a confession. Meanwhile, your whisper campaign posts attached a photo of my client without consent. You sure you want discovery? Corporate security cleared his throat with bureaucratic courage. We need your devices. Ms. Bennett, Arya set her phone on the table, screen dark as slate. You can image it, Elaine said, sliding a chain of custody form forward. In our presence, right blocked. No fishing. Internal Audit's pen hovered. Hale's gaze slid to Arya's chest, to the thin chain disappearing under her scrub top. You keep glancing at that antique, he said. Does it tell better time than ours? Arya touched the watch once. It tells true time, she said. The door opened, and Kaya, the ombuds, slipped in. Listening continues here. Apparently, she said, pulling a chair without asking. She placed a small mason jar of peppermint candies at the center, like a ridiculous peace offering. No one took one. It changed the air anyway. Fine, Hale said. Let's listen. He clicked a remote. The wall monitor bloomed with a slide, Echo Prime vocabulary. Assist a brochure's idea of neutral, a pilote, approved by senior leadership, designed to harmonize clinical terminology across units to reduce documentation variance, a tool, not a conspiracy. Somewhere between conception and execution, a handful of staff decided their feelings outweighed operational necessity. You smuggled judgment into nouns, Arya said. You called escalation insubordination and suspicion of error a disruption. You gave a corner of the EHR permission to lie. Hale leaned in, palms on polished wood. No, we taught language to behave. You think patients pay for your righteous prose? They pay to leave alive. Elaine nodded at the wall. Roll the next slide, she said. He did out of habit, out of arrogance. The screen filled with an email thread. Stuyvesant Foundation gift contingencies. In a highlighted sentence, the words glowed. Deliver 25% reduction in chart variance within 2 quarters, or funding is rescinded. Silence opened a little like a mouth. Hala didn't blink. Philanthropy is transactional, he said softly. You want your jobs. You make the numbers pretty. And when numbers are prettier than the truth, Kaya asked, voice soft as cotton on a bruise. Patience, D, Arya said. Hale's mouth quirked. Anecdotes aren't data. The door cracked again. Doctor. Adele Morgan stepped into the room without asking permission from anyone who breathed. She carried a slim red folder, the cheap kind that makes important papers look like school. She set it down, opened it, and slid a single page across to Arya. The first time this was proposed, Dr. Morgan said, we ran a pre-implementation risk analysis. The ethics liaison flagged a concern. Harmonization tools historically reproduce structural bias, require independent oversight and opt-out for frontline. Her eyes were dry when she looked at Hale. I signed off anyway. I told myself the program would be different because we were us. That's not a defense. It's an indictment. Elaine took out her phone, snapped a picture of the page, then placed it face up between them like a mirror. We'll stipulate to admission, she said. Chief, are you prepared to testify you were pressured by donors and finance? I'm prepared to testify I was seduced by a dashboard that promised to buy time. Doctor, Morgan said, and that I ignored a warning because it made the budget harder. A soft knock. Brecker. The hospital counsel slid in pearls. Posture. Pupils dilated to litigation. We need you upstairs, she said to Hale. Emergency board session. Now. Holly didn't move. Tell them I'm busy securing the perimeter. Tell them yourself, Brecker said. She looked at Elaine, at Kaya, at Dr. Morgan. For a sliver of a second, shame and strategy made a truce in her face. They invited the Attorney General to join, she added quietly. We're not alone anymore. The boardroom made expensive promises. A view of the park glazed in winter light. A table with power outlets like tiny altars. Water bottles arranged with military symmetry. The nametents read like theater credits. Foster, Stuyvesant, Kvan, Delgado, Roth. Reporters waited outside like weather. The AG's lead investigator took a seat midway. Windbreaker traded for a charcoal suit that said, I can do both. He placed the Tyvek envelope Noah had imaged earlier at the center of the table. The hash ID was handwritten in block letters across the seal, an artifact religious enough to hush the room. Hale began before anyone could frame the scene. We are victims of an optics campaign, he said, shoulders squared for the camera that wasn't in the room. An overzealous junior nurse, a disgruntled tech, and a chief rediscovering ethics at my expense have painted a compliance tool as an evil empire. We can manage this if we act decisively, cut the rot, announce reforms, contain the narrative. Stuyvesant, silver hair arranged like an argument, cleared his throat. Our foundation's language has been mischaracterized, he said. We asked for accountability. If your team translated that into whatever this is, that's not our liability. It is, the AG's man said mildly. If your dollars were conditioned on outcomes achieved by obstruction or falsification, then it's conspiracy. Good news, we're still using our inside voices. A rustle near the far end. Patrick sat in a guest chair, jacket too thin for this altitude, eyes rimmed from a night that didn't end. He lifted a folder of his own. I brought the vendor's internal Slack export, he said, as if reading a shopping list. The dev who coded Phrasing Assist called it Tone Police, until legal told him to stop making jokes in writing. Brecker's pen posed. How did you obtain? Subpoena, the AG's man said. They don't make them like they used to, but they still open doors. Hale's jaw worked. Patrick, did you read the NDA you signed? I did, Patrick said. Then I read my conscience. Smell a font. More binding. A chuckle died around the table. Dark humor visits hospitals like a priest only where invited. The investigator broke the seal with a motion that felt surgical. He slid out a printout of command logs, each line a breadcrumb. Here, he said, tapping with a capped pen. SVC. Admin attempts to run, purge, ghosts, SH, at 2:59 p.m. today. Blocked by hold, placed by our office. Here, another tap. Escalation token used 90 seconds earlier by someone with physical access. That's not an accident. Brecker's gaze flicked toward Hale so fast it could have been dust. Do we know who? Yes, the investigator said, eyes never leaving the page. We will. You have cameras and a human resource problem. Hale folded his arms. Let me save us an hour, he said, silk fraying. I ordered an internal cleanup. Not to hide crimes, there are none, but to prevent confusion. Staff interacting with half-extracted data is a recipe for chaos. You may prefer posturing. I prefer order, spoliation, Elaine said from the back wall, having slipped in with Arya and Kaya and Doc Morgan in a ragged row that looked like a coalition. You prefer spoliation. Kaya fished a peppermint out of her sweater and didn't unwrap it. Words matter. Stuyvesant steepled his fingers. If we're done with theater, what is the plan? We start by telling the truth. Dr. Morgan said, publicly. We acknowledge the harm. We suspend Echo Prime pending independent review. We create a firewall between philanthropy and clinical language. We compensate staff disciplined under the tool, and we accept resignations. Her eyes went to Hale as if pulled. He didn't blink. You'd sacrifice me to buy yourself absolution. I'd accept your resignation because keeping you tells the building we still don't understand the disease. Doctor, Morgan said, silence stretched, tensile and bright. In Arya's chest, the watch ticked like a metronome in another room. Hale looked down the table, taking attendance of power. He rested on Roth, head of finance, who nodded almost imperceptibly. On Kfan, who didn't. On Delgado, who watched his own hands like a gambler done with dice. The door opened. Janet slipped inside on silent feet, eyes damp but spine straight. She wasn't on any agenda. No one stopped her. She stood behind Arya like a tree that remembers how to be forest. Before you vote, Janet said, voice rough, with having spoken too much truth in 1 week. I want something on the record. When an aide asked Arya if she was the girl from the internet, Arya still grabbed a bag valve mask and kept my patient's chest from forgetting how to move. She did that with a world calling her a monster. If you punish her for showing up, you will teach this hospital to hate the people who save it. Hale made a small noise, disdain disguised as a cough. Union theatrics. 17 nurses filed their notice of intent to quit last night, Janet said, eyes meeting Stuyvesant's money-gloss gaze and not flinching. Call that theater if you want. It'll be a short run. The AG's man closed the Tyvek again. Here is what happens, he said, voice delivering facts like medication. We open a formal inquiry into obstruction and discrimination. We ask a judge for a protective order preserving EHR logs. We interview your vendor. We interview you. If any of you are going to resign, do it before your goodbye becomes evidence of guilt. Hale laughed once, a short, edged thing. Do you know how many times I have kept this place alive? Do you know the nights I have carried the payroll in my mouth to your morning coffee? You'll hang me for a few words, because it makes a story, but when the ambulance bay empties because donors like virtue more than ventilators, you'll call me, you're right, Doctor, Morgan said. The room tilted. Even Arya rocked with it. You have kept us alive. So did the wrong surgery in '08 that you managed into a settlement. So did the resident you told to shrink her tone after she reported a misread EKG. So did the janitor who found a living rat in the HVAC intake and didn't call the paper. We all carry something in our mouths. Now we choose what we spit out. Hale stared at her, admiration and hate, shaking hands. You won't survive this without me. Maybe not, she said. Maybe that is how we learn the cost. He pushed back his chair slow, theatrical. You want my resignation? He asked. You can have it. He slid a single sheet from a leather folio, signed it with a pen heavy as a gavel, and handed it to Brecker. Effective immediately. He turned to leave. Pausing by Arya, he leaned just enough to make the moment a photograph. For what it's worth, he murmured, just for her. The watch. It's lying. It always has been. He tapped his temple. The seconds are in here. He moved to the door. Patrick stepped into his path, not blocking, just there. Hale slowed. The veneer slipped another inch. You, he said, little man with a conscience, you'll be boring by spring. Patrick's smile showed too many teeth. I've been practicing. Hale left. Cameras outside caught the color of his tie, the line of his jaw, the way doors open for certain men, right up until they don't. The hallway swallowed him. With the appetite of a system learning a new diet, Brecker exhaled like a scuba diver surfacing. There will be lawsuits, she said, plural. There will be reforms. Doctor, Morgan replied, singular, ongoing. The board voted to accept Hale's resignation. They voted to suspend Echo Prime, to hire an independent reviewer with teeth, to create a staff-led language council. They voted to appoint a transitional COO. Names flew. Gravity worked. Politics remembered its verbs. Interim, someone said. Patrick Doyle. Heads pivoted. Patrick blinked as if someone had flicked the ceiling lights. No, he said. Then, yes. Then, quieter. Looking at Arya only if we build it with the people who could. Quit, we will, Doctor, Morgan said. Starting now. They held a press conference in the lobby because sometimes you heal a wound by letting strangers see it. The microphones sported little flags like countries at war. Doctor, Morgan stepped to the podium with her red folder and the kind of tired that looks like truth. We built a tool to make paperwork easier, she said. It made harm easier. 2. That's on me. We are shutting it down. We are cooperating with the Attorney General. We will make this right if it takes the rest of my career. When Arya's turn came, cameras found her like a body finds oxygen. I'm a nurse, she said, voice steady. My job is to write down what I see and keep people breathing. I did both. I'll keep doing both. If you're angry, be angry at the systems that made honesty look like insolence. A reporter shouted, did you exploit your connection to the chief to keep your job? Arya looked at the watch. Then at the reporter, "My mother taught me to be useful without being used," she said. "The chief taught me today what accountability looks like. Neither of them wrote my notes. I did." They filed back into the arteries of the hospital, where life pretends not to eavesdrop on governance. Arya peeled off toward the stairwell. Elevators felt like consent today. Janet followed. Footfalls companionable. On the landing between 11 and 12, a streak of light from a high window turned dust into a galaxy. Janet touched Arya's shoulder. "You okay?" "Like a building after a storm," Arya said, "mostly up. A few leaks." They climbed, near 12. A figure waited in the bend, Amina, clutching a plastic bag and a grin too big for the day. "Your watch," she said, breathless. "It fell when security bumped you earlier. I found it on the stairs." Arya looked down. The face was spiderweb, a crack, like a hairline fracture branching through the glass. The second hand still ticked, heroic and a little foolish. "Oh," Arya said, "the sound you make when a relic bleeds. I can get it fixed." Amina blurted, "My cousin knows a guy." Arya shook her head, smiling despite the sting. "Not yet," she said softly. "I want to see the time through its wounds for a while." They stepped onto 12. The listening room had reset itself, chairs recircled, tissues replenished. The peppermint jar half emptied, proof of fearlessness or nerves. Kaya stood at the doorway, sweater sleeves shoved up like she was about to knead bread or trouble. She lifted a hand. "We start again," she said. "Same rules. New stakes." People filtered in: a pharmacist with raccoon eyes, a transporter with a knee brace, a surgeon who left her pager outside like a talisman. Patrick slid in, tea crooked, eyes bright with the wrong kind of promotion. "Doctor." Morgan sat without her title, showing just a woman choosing to be present for consequences. Elaine leaned against the back wall, making herself small by will. Lawyers have to practice it. Arya took her seat, the cracked crystal pressed cool against her breastbone. She imagined the second hand pushing past the fissure every minute, a tiny act of insistence. She folded her hands and waited. Before Kaya could speak, a shadow barred the doorway. Rosa hustled in, laptop hugged to her chest. "Sorry, last thing," she said, breath cutting words into segments. "Someone posted a kill list in a closed vendor forum. Names of staff who undermined adoption. Arya's on it. So is Janet. So am I." A shudder went through the circle that had nothing to do with temperature. "Threat assessment," Elaine said immediately. "Phone already dialing. Security detail. Restraining orders if we have to. We're not stopping the session," Kaya said, voice neither loud nor small. "We can be brave and prudent at the same time." Janet put a hand on Arya's arm, grounding and old. "He's gone," she said, meaning Hale. But he wasn't the only ghost. Arya nodded. The watch ticked under her palm. She thought of her mother facing down a surgeon with a handwriting note, the original defiance in ink, and felt that older courage stand up beside her like a sister. She hadn't met until she needed her. Kaya cleared her throat, glanced at the peppermint jar, and found her rhythm. "Who wants to start?" she asked. By telling the truth, the tool didn't have words for. The door clicked shut. A breath went around the circle like a current finding its riverbed. Outside, the city moved in indifferent increments. Sirens, stroller wheels, pigeons elevating democracy into flight. Inside, people turned their pain into sentences, and their sentences into something that, if you squinted, looked like a map. Half an hour in, the AG's man appeared in the doorway, hair damp with snow that hadn't been forecast. He didn't step inside. "We have the name on SVC admin," he said. It wasn't Hale. He let the silence do its job. "It was someone on your board," he added, "and a donor liaison." There it was, the twist inside the twist. The room's temperature dropped and rose at once, as if the building had inhaled through its teeth. Arya's thumb traced the crack in the watch's glass. The second hand slid across damaged time. Kept going. She could hear, faintly, somewhere in a neighboring room, Claire de Lune finding its theme again after losing it. Kaya gestured to the seat beside her. "You can join us," she told the investigator. He shook his head. "Not my place." He looked at Arya. "But I'll be outside, listening." He left the door half open. The circle leaned forward, not to whisper, but to fit more truth in the same air. The tribunal had started, not the one with microphones and votes, but the one where people decide, together, how not to be the same tomorrow. Arya cleared her throat. "Mrs. Laird's daughter called me a liar at noon," she said. "At 2, she thanked me. Both were true." Someone laughed softly. "The kind that salts food," someone cried. Someone cracked a peppermint and passed the jar to a stranger. On her chest, the cracked watch kept time that was, maybe, finally, theirs. Chapter 10. The language of after. Snow came late, thin, indecisive flurries that hung in the hospital atrium like paper ash. The lobby smelled of wet wool, lemon cleaner, old coffee. Someone in volunteer services had set a battery candle beside the donor wall as if light could behave money into mercy. Arya arrived before sunrise and let herself into the 12-floor corridor. The listening room was exactly as they'd left it, chairs in a circle, water rings on the end table like moons, the peppermint jar, half-full cherry, and mint cohabiting with the kind of fragile tolerance that never lasts without effort. She climbed onto a chair and taped a hand-lettered sign above the door. Black marker, block letters. Words are work. We pay for them with ourselves. She stepped down, the watch chain sliding cool over her sternum. The face was cracked into a spiderweb that caught light and made a constellation out of damage. She checked it out of habit. Its second hand hopped the fissure with stubborn grace. For now, it still kept time. Downstairs, the building stretched and yawned into morning. Carts squeaked. A transporter whistled a 3-note fragment of Claire de Lune. Dropped it. Found it again. In the cafeteria, night shifters hunched around styrofoam cups like coal miners around a fire. The screens above the register played the news with muted captions. Hospital exec steps down. State opens inquiry. Donor reacts. We support transparency. Local nurse at center of storm says, "I'm just doing my job." Arya turned the sound off anyway. It still found her in the capital letters. They booked the public tribunal in the auditorium that usually hosted grand rounds and pharmaceutical pastries. Today there were microphones instead of muffin. A blue curtain that had framed PowerPoints for a decade now framed something messier. The state AG's lead investigator took the lectern in a suit that seemed designed to apologize for its own authority. "We will be brief," he said. "We will be boring. Boring is how we clean up crimes." A polite laugh moved like a fish underwater. "2 updates," he continued, his tone both pill and sugar. First, the SVC. Admin credential used to attempt log deletion. We have tied that access to 2 individuals, Gideon Roth, your chief financial officer, and Emily Carr, a donor liaison with delegated security permissions she should never have had. Second, our forensic team recovered a Slack export from the Echo Prime vendor. It includes explicit discussion of suppressing escalation language to meet philanthropic milestones. We will be unredacting some lives. He stepped back. Cameras clicked like teeth. Arya felt Janet's shoulder press to hers, a living brace against a room that could shift with one rumor. Roth's attorney tried for altitude. My client never authorized. Roth cut him off with the vanity of a man who had always saved himself. "I authorized efficiency," he said into the mic, voice stronger than his face. "You want a villain, right one? There wasn't a single day in the last 3 years where we could meet payroll, replace the MRI, and build your listening lounge. So, yes, I told a vendor to help us smooth the paper. What you call spoliation, I call triage." He lifted his chin toward the press row. Quote, "Me correctly, donors love metrics. Patients love beds. Choose. Doctor." Adele Morgan rose from the second row like a verdict learning compassion. "We chose wrong," she said. "We chose numbers that would applaud us over words that would save us. I chose wrong." She came to the microphone with her red folder. Cheap school plastic for a private penance. "I am resigning as chief of surgery," she said, voice steady enough to shame metronome. A ripple went through the room that might have been grief or gossip. "And I will accept a 1-year suspension of my surgical privileges for signing off on Echo Prime without independent review." The room breathed in. Someone in the back whispered no, and someone in the aisle whispered finally, and together they made a human chord. "Doctor," Morgan continued, softer, "I am not a martyr. I am the adult in the room who failed to be an adult. Leadership is not a permanent credential. It is a contract renewed by behavior. I broke mine. Those of you who trained with me, save your flowers. Give your next 20 minutes to a patient who waits for you to speak plainly." She turned, found Arya in the crowd, and didn't look away. The two women nodded. A complicated, mutual vow. On stage, the AG's man adjusted his mic. "Mr. Roth and Ms. Carr," he said evenly, "please surrender your phones to my team. And your passwords. Today is not the day to forget how to spell Carr." Hair perfect in a way that felt like sweat, stood and passed over a clutch that cost 2 weeks of a transporter's back. Roth fumbled. His thumb hovered. The phone sighed a tiny puff of light. And then the screen went black in that particular way that only remote wipe produces when a man drowns hard drives to save himself. Every lawyer in the room flinched. The investigator didn't. Spoliation noted, he said, without heat. "Someone get Mr. Roth a chair." Roth sat. He avoided Dr. Morgan. He tried to find Hale's absence and failed. He found Stuyvesant, the donor, and received an elegant shrug. Money's version of, "I don't know you." Hale wasn't in the auditorium. He had scheduled a panel on leadership under fire at a private club across town. On a different screen, he looked the same, hair tidy, vowels expensive, what they call bias, he told a friendly moderator. "I call standards. Everyone wants the benefits of hierarchy without the burden. You can't fly a hospital by committee." Somewhere a TV remote clicked. Somewhere a nurse changed a channel because she was tired of watching the weather that had already passed. After the press left with their adjectives, the hospital did what hospitals do. It split itself into the rooms where people stop pretending. Human resources. 8D. Patrick had moved into a temporary office that used to be a supply closet. It smelled like cardboard and the size of tape. He stood with a dry erase marker, sleeves rolled, T crooked. On the board, 4 fat bullet points and a sinus rhythm of arrows. Suspend Echo Prime. Independent Language Council. Back pay restitution. Donor firewall. "We do this backward, and the building will eat us," Patrick said, marker tapping beat. "We do it forward, and the building will chew slower." Kaya leaned against a file cabinet, peppermint in her cheek like a small red planet. "We can start with a waiver," she said. "If anyone was disciplined under the tool, we open files, wipe the ding, pay lost hours. No forms that feel like homework. We make it easy to be believed. Brecker sat cross-legged on a borrowed chair. Shoes off, pearls demure, hair dangerous. I will draft, she said, the plea bargain in her voice distilled into purpose. Plain English. Signed by the board, notarized by my pride. Rosa opened her laptop and projected a slide of the EHR lexicon. Words scrolled like Kiat villains. Disruptive, non-compliant, escalating, difficult. She highlighted difficult and replaced it with in distress. Language is a door, she said simply. We're taking the locks off. Janet, who had said very little since the auditorium, raised a hand not because she didn't know she didn't have to, but because muscle memory is a kind of religion. What about the kill list? She asked. Rosa's email. My name's on it. Aria's. Are we supposed to just teach while someone maps our exits? Elaine answered before Patrick could. Protective orders are being filed. Cyber unit is on the IPs. Security will escort you to your cars. But she glanced at the door, at the world. Dignity won't. We'll have to carry that ourselves. Silence sat with them, a respectful beat. Then Aria, from the corner, spoke to the whiteboard. Add one more bullet. Patrick lifted the marker. Hit me. Truth rounds. Aria said, every day at 2 p.m., 30 minutes on every unit. No hierarchy, no charting, no performance talk. Anyone can name a pressure point. What language made your shift harder? What policy saved you? What word lied today? We treat it like vitals for the soul. Patrick wrote it, the letters more confident than his voice. Truth rounds, he said, testing it in his mouth. Okay, we'll make a schedule and pretend schedules matter. Make stickers, Janet said suddenly, surprising herself. For badges. A little ear. People will ask, we'll tell them. Kaya smiled around the peppermint. Guerrilla listening, she said. Now you're speaking my mother tongue. They worked until lunch became late lunch, and late lunch became a meeting. Someone rescheduled out of mercy. The radiator sighed. An overhead light flickered with the same erratic perseverance as the second hand on Aria's watch. On the way out, Elaine stopped Aria in the doorway. You sure you don't want me to explore a civil claim? She asked. It might fund a few years of righteous mischief. Aria shook her head. I'm not done spending my anger here, she said. When I am, I'll buy a porch somewhere and throw rocks at geese. Elaine laughed. I'll draft the goose injunction. They hugged like two people who might never be less tired than they were now. The first truth rounds on Cardiac 8 drew 6 people, and a 7th, who pretended to be looking for a stapler. They stood in a horseshoe by the window, the city beyond them, insisting on its own gorgeous indifference, a new grad nurse said. I called a family difficult in the chart because they kept asking me what a troponin was. I was tired. They weren't difficult. I was just hungry. The charge nurse said I wrote non-compliant because Mr. Alvarez took off his oxygen. No one charted that the strap irritated his skin, or that he grew up in a house where men didn't show weakness. He put it back on when I sat down. A respiratory therapist, a wiry woman whose hands had never learned to be still, said, I used escalated on a psych consult because the intern kept interrupting me. He had more power. I had more time with the patient. The note chose him. I'm sorry. They went around the curve. Aria listened, added nothing, until the silence asked for rent. I wrote consulted on a note that took 17 calls. She said, the word makes it sound like help arrived. Help didn't. Language made me aliar. They all breathed. It felt like being allowed to put something down that was shaped exactly like your back. Janet, who had hovered just outside the horseshoe, stepped in. She wore her badge, her hair up, her face the kind of tired that doesn't invite pity. I used stable once when a man was dying slowly. She said, I thought his wife needed calm. Later she told me the word kept her from calling his brother in time. I won't do that again. I'll learn how to say not good without setting the room on fire. Kaya passed the peppermint jar around. People took pieces and let them melt on their tongues like a kinder kind of burn. At 230, monitors ping. A code blue was called 2 floors down, and the room broke into motion like a wound into blood. Aria ran, or corridor. 10B. A man on a gurney, blue where pink should be. An anesthesiologist squeezing a bag. A resident's hands shaking with adrenaline. A surgeon's voice steady enough to calm ghosts. Charged to 200, someone said, and the world held its breath. Aria leaned over the rail, fingers finding the small tasks that keep dying at bay. Her watch face banged against the metal, and the crack widened with a spider's ambition. On the third shock, a strip of glass lifted like a page turned by wind. Give me the bag, she told the resident. He freed his hands, and for an instant, in the arcade of seconds, that line up behind codes like citizens at a window, Aria thought of the watch of her mother's thumb rubbing the crystal when she was 5, of nights it taught her to wait, of morning shifts it had escorted from dark to the almost light. Then she did the thing she was made to do. She set the bag. She watched the chest rise. She counted aloud with a voice that made numbers into an argument against nothingness. Rhythm returned in a shy line, then a braver one. The man's color improved by 2 shades of miracle. A nurse clapped a shoulder that might have been Aria's. The room exhaled, the way rooms learn to when they survive. They wheeled him toward ICU, monitors chattering, cords wild as weed. Aria stepped back to the sink, hands red with soap, that hospital smell of citrus and regret. She glanced down. The watch face hung on by a hinge of habit. The second hand ticked twice, hit the fracture, and ticked no more. She held the metal under warm water and watched the last bubble escape from between the gears. She could have saved it rice and repair, a jeweler with patient hands. Instead, she let it die in a little ceremony of stainless steel and fluorescent light, and the sound of someone crying with relief 2 doors over. Kaya appeared in the doorway, sweater sleeves soaked to the wrists, breath making steam of air. She saw the watch, saw Aria's face, and said nothing for a count of 10 that felt holy. Aria dried her hands slowly, cradling the broken timepiece in a paper towel. It's okay, she said, and believed her mouth. It's been running someone else's minutes for years. Kaya reached into her pocket and pulled out the peppermint jar. Absurd. Apocryphal. There, anyway. She shook one candy into Aria's palm. For the taste in your mouth, she said. You know, the one that comes after doing the right thing and watching it cost you something you didn't think you could spare. Aria nodded, unwrapped the candy, let the red and white dissolve into a single, honest sweetness. Evening. They held the board vote in the same room where Hale had once taught a seminar on strategic leadership in crisis. The projector hummed. The windows showed a city that looked forgiving from far enough away. Brecker read the motions: remove Roth, suspend Carr, adopt the Independent Language Council, codify truth rounds, accept Dr. Morgan's resignation with public gratitude and private remorse, appoint Patrick as interim COO with staff oversight, formally endorse whistleblower protections, accept AG monitoring. The votes went fast. It turns out people like absolution when it's pre-packaged and signed. Stuyvesant cleared his throat and made a tasteful speech about renewed commitment. He did not apologize. He did not say, we wrote you into this corner with a check. He said, we a lot, and I not at all. After, in the hallway, Doctor, Morgan handed Arya the red folder. I kept one thing, she said. Your mother's note scanned, archived, unredacted. When you don't have the right word, write around it until the truth shows up. She sent it to the ethics committee the year I started. I filed it. In the wrong folder. Arya took the paper. The handwriting was her childhood kitchen-made ink. The date in the corner made time a joke. She swallowed around a new, clean ache. I'm going to teach, Dr. Morgan said, more to herself than to Arya. How to cut without cutting corners. How to stop a bleed without stopping a voice. I don't know who I am without the title. We'll learn you again. Arya said, You'll hate it. That means it's working. They stood there like two people at a bus stop that might never arrive, and smiled in spite of the weather. Patrick jogged up, flushed with the harried glow of a man whose calendar finally equals his convictions. We're getting calls from 2 hospitals wanting our Truth Rounds template, he said, breathless and pleased and terrified. And one from a donor asking if they can fund the listening rooms. Firewall. Brecker called from a doorway, already drafting. Money on this side, words on that. If the cash wants a voice, it can buy a radio station. Patrick grinned, crooked and real. He looked at Arya. You know there's a line of people wanting you to run the language council, right? Arya held up the dead watch. I'm going to stay on the floor for a while, she said. My hands remember things. My mouth is still learning to say, I'll help build it, but I want to keep carrying the bag when the room can't breathe. Patrick nodded as if she'd given him a gift. Then I guess I'll keep trying not to get boring. Impossible, Arya said. You have a conscience. It's terrible for sleep, great for plot. They parted like good conspirators, as if it might be the last time, as if it probably wasn't. Night. Again. The listening room glowed with a warm lamp someone had found in donations. The peppermint jar sat in the middle of the circle like a glass heart. On the wall opposite Arya's sign, Rosa had taped a map of the hospital and threaded red yarn between units that had held a truth round. The web looked like a new circulatory system growing under an old skin. Janet walked in last, hair down, without the clack of duty in her steps. She carried a small cardboard box, the kind that holds shoes and goodbyes. She set it on the table and opened it. Inside a worn paperback romance, a Polaroid of a holiday party where everyone looked younger, a plastic badge reel that had lost its spring, and a folded letter. I'm retiring, she said, before anyone could ask or argue, not because of you, because of me. 31 years is a good number. My granddaughter keeps saying I smell like hand sanitizer. I want to smell like pancakes for a minute. The room murmured the right noises. Arya swallowed a selfish grief. Selfish, because it's the pure kind, about love and loss, without politics. I'm not leaving you, Janet said, eyes landing on Arya, on Kaya, on Patrick in the doorway, pretending he had paperwork to deliver. I'm leaving at 5 p.m. on Fridays to teach the city college class on patient advocacy. I'll be back Mondays to tell you how not to end up like me. Kidding. Not kidding. They laughed, and it felt like popping a joint back into place. Arya stepped forward. She took off the watch. It was heavier in her hand now that it was silent, the way grief and metal collude. She set it in Janet's box on top of the paperback. It stopped today, Arya said, during a code. I think that's right. I think I want a new way to tell time. Janet looked at the watch. The way you look at a friend's baby when you don't have children. An ache that's not envy. Exactly. You sure? Arya nodded. I'll come by your class if I miss it. Janet smiled, eyes glassy, mouth steady. Bring peppermints. Kaya cleared her throat. First rule of the new language council, she said. We retire non-compliant. We retire difficult. We retire insubordinate. We replace them with sentences that start with I and end with Y. Rosa snapped a photo of the circle and then thought better of it and deleted it. Some things belong to memory's encryption. The AG's man appeared in the doorway, damp with the snow that had finally meant it. He nodded once. A secular benediction. Roth and Carr will be arraigned tomorrow, he said. The board asked me to tell you they're funding your counsel with money they used to spend on awards dinners. That's like an apology, Brecker said, leaning in with a sheaf of forms. If you squint and forgive too easily, do not forgive easily, Elaine said, appearing without announcement. Coat over arm, hair undone from its courtroom shell. Forgive deliberately. Write it down. Make it policy. Make it boring. Boring is justice in pants, Gaia said. They laughed. They burned. They cooled. They began. People spoke. A housekeeper whose note about a hazard had been softened by a manager. A unit clerk who had been told she was hostile for asking a surgeon to sign a consent. A physician assistant who confessed the convenience of euphemism. A midwife who had a whole taxonomy of words for pain and threw half of them out tonight. Arya listened until listening became its own work, and then found herself talking without planning to. When I was 11, she said, my mother stuck her handwriting on a committee door. Today I read it in a red folder, and it felt like finding a lighthouse in the junk drawer. She said to write around the wrong word until the truth showed up. I think the truth showed up today. It's small. It has to be fed. They sat very still for a while. The jar in the center clicked as the tiny glass imperfections cooled. Eventually, the room emptied in the way rooms do, in layers. Elaine to calls, Brecker to drafts, Patrick to an email with the subject line, Listening Council version 0. Rosa to the server with a new dictionary. Janet to an elevator that would take her down and, someday soon, away. Dr. Morgan, later than anyone, to a box that would hold her office. Kaya stayed and turned the lamp off, and then on again. An ombud's ritual that meant still here. Arya walked the corridors one last time, before she, too, surrendered to gravity. The building had a different voice at night. Less ambition, more heartbeat. On 10. She paused at a window and watched a snowplow push white into obedient piles. Across the street, an apartment kitchen glowed. A woman laughed and threw her head back, and Arya, for an irrational second, wanted to call out, "Be careful, joy is glass." On the way back, she passed the donor wall. Her reflection floated among names etched into stone. She lifted a finger and traced around the letters without touching them. The battery candle flickered and held. At the exit to the stairwell, there was a piano no one used because no one had time. She sat on the bench. She put her fingers on the keys. The first chord sounded like a sigh invented just then. She played badly and honestly, the way you talk in the dark. Claire de Lune arrived and left and arrived again. That broken, tender theme. Learning to live inside imperfect hands. A custodian walked by, paused, and leaned on his mop as if it were a balcony. He didn't clap. He nodded once. It was enough. Arya closed the fallboard, stood, and let the silence return its furniture to the room. Her neck felt lighter without the watch. She would miss the wait. She would not miss what it had demanded. At the listening room door, she touched her sign. The tape held. For now, she took a peppermint from the jar and put it on her tongue and let it sting. She thought of the words they had retired, and the words they would invent, and the words they would have to hold up like scaffolding until the building could stand on its own. Down the hall, a monitor beeped. Someone laughed. Somewhere in the hospital, a family got a phone call that began with good and ended with news. Somewhere else. A different call began with, "I'm sorry." Both were true. Both would always be true. Arya switched off the lamp. The room fell into a soft, dark, the kind that keeps a seat warm for morning. She stepped into the corridor and walked toward the elevator, then changed her mind and took the stairs. Halfway down, she stopped, turned, and looked back up into the dim, on the wall, above the door. Her sign glowed in the security light. "Words are work. We pay for them with ourselves." She smiled, a small, private thing that might have been a scar learning how to be beautiful. Outside, the snow had started to stick. The city softened. Sirens still found their way through. The hospital exhaled, inhaled, kept going. In her pocket, a single peppermint rattled against the red folder. In the empty space below her collarbones, time made its own. Theater music. At the curb, the wind lifted the hem of her coat like a hand. A bus hissed. A cab slowed and thought better of it. Across the street, someone lit a cigarette and a promise. Arya looked up into the white and let a flake land on her lip. It melted into a taste like clean. Behind her, the door held a moment longer before the automatic hinge reclaimed it. Inside, somewhere, a printer woke and printed. A small, simple act of language, becoming paper, becoming action. She walked into the night no longer anonymous, not yet safe, absolutely alive, carrying nothing old that she wasn't willing to name. At its heart, this story reminds us that dignity is not a title you're given, it's a truth you practice, one hard conversation at a time. Systems can be loud, but harmful silence is louder when language is used to label, shrink, or erase. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Naming the bias is the first act of repair. Real courage isn't grandstanding. It's steady advocacy, asking the extra question, writing the honest note, standing up for the person others talk over. For many of us, especially in our later seasons of life, this rings familiar. We've seen how the cream rises to the top, but only when folks are allowed a fair churn. Respect isn't charity, it's maintenance. And justice, like good health, is preventive, built from small daily choices to listen, to correct ourselves, to walk a mile in someone's shoes, and to refuse labels that turn people into problems. If you've ever been told to stay in your lane, remember, integrity's lane is wherever harm is happening. Speak up with humility, stay factual, keep receipts, and invite allies. When you know better, do better, and teach your team to do the same. That's how we break toxic quiet, recognize and exit demeaning dynamics, reclaim self-worth, and widen our view of what fairness, self-respect, and true diversity look like in practice. I'd love to hear your reflections. What moment in the story hit home for you? Have you witnessed words being used to help or to harm at work or in care settings? Share your thoughts or a personal story in the comments. Tap like if this resonated, and subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter of hard-earned lessons and hopeful change. Wishing you a calm evening, a clear mind, and the kind of hope that takes root after the storm.